music. It's very quiet when I don't have music. Okay, let's see. There we go. Sup, ladies and gentlemen, Ackelon here, and welcome back to each one of you. And of course, if you are watching this over on YouTube, remember to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and as always, make your way over to Twitch. The link is in the description down below. Thank you so much for watching the VOD. Either way, even if you don't like coming over to Twitch. Saint, how you doing, brother? Wait, were you here before I even went live? Because that's very quick. That's like fucking instant reaction. Saint, how you doing? How was your weekend? Waiting for you? Ah, nice. Nice, bro. So that's what it means to have a schedule. When you have a schedule, your viewers know when you're going to go live. I like it. I fucking like it. All right, let's just quickly... Let's just get this shit out. There we go. There we go. Okay, I think that's fine. Shay CD, how you doing? So how's everyone's weekends been? I mean, there's some big news, right? It was chill, man. We have lockdown again in Brisbane, Australia, though. No, we've been having lockdown since the fucking pandemic started. So literally, we have not left lockdown yet in South Africa. Lunavira, how you doing? Not too bad. Lots of gardening still behind. Shit. I hate gardening. I don't do it. Minion, how you doing? There are two things in this world that I do not do. Rich, how you doing, brother? Good morning. I do not clean, and I do not do gardening. I refuse to. Basically, anything that can be seen as a chore, I will not do. Luna, you are extremely early, which is sort of weird. Did you not sleep well? Elodie, how you doing? Enoch, how you doing, brother? We're on restrictions for ages, but only recently lockdown happened a few times. Well, we've had a curfew since the beginning of this. We've had lockdown since the beginning of this. Nothing fucking stops in South Africa. Nico Spider, how you doing? Chaos Lance, how you doing? Shit, the gardening conversation is still ongoing. Yeah, someone mentioned that they did gardening this weekend, and I did not appreciate that. My cats won't let me sleep. That's why you don't get cats. Cats have a mind of their own. They're not to be trusted, ever. Mikaru, how you doing? Spoff, how you doing, brother? So, who's Jab? JAB. J. Allen Brack. The president, or ex-president of Blizzard Entertainment, have quit. On vacation for a week, what I miss? Iron Wombat, welcome back to the stream. Happy to have you here. Well, let's just say you've missed the world going to shit. This place is for law talk. Moni, to some extent, yes. For sure, when did that happen? It literally happened 11 minutes ago. Wow, a little bit longer now. If I hit reset here. Okay, 34 minutes ago. 34 minutes ago, it was announced that J. Allen Brack is leaving Blizzard Entertainment. He's stepping down. I don't know if he's leaving. He is stepping down as president. He's basically just said, no, not my circus, not my monkeys, right? Because I don't blame the guy. We will talk about that in more detail. I'll share the posts with you and everything. But, you know, he inherited a shit show. And he's probably just now gone, you guys don't pay me enough for this shit. Mike is a pretty good guy. I don't know the woman that's going to be leading with him. I have no idea who she is. But I've known about Mike for a while. Do you think this is Bobby's move to get his guys in place instead of Blizzard lifers? Smurflord, not necessarily. But there's always a chance, right? That's always a possibility. I know you did Twitch streams. I watched all your YouTube videos, but never got to comment or join in. Apocalypse, you can go fuck yourself. You're a mod on the channel, and you're going, this is my first time. How the fuck did I not know that you stream? How you doing, Apocalypse? We'll talk about the Bobby and the Jab thing, and we're going to go into depth about what exactly this means. Because even if it isn't a move by Bobby Kotick to get his people, just remember, right? Bobby Kotick's people have already controlled Blizzard for a long time. It's not a secret that it is the financial department of Blizzard Entertainment that controls the company. What they make, where they make it, how many developers work on every project, which projects get greenlit, and which projects don't. and the financial department of Blizzard Entertainment have belonged to Bobby Kotick for a very long time. So Bobby Kotick literally doesn't need someone in charge of Blizzard. He already has control of Blizzard. So at the end of the day, I think this is just him basically like putting people in there to show that they're serious about this lawsuit, right? It's probably one of the reasons they've put a woman to lead alongside a guy. So it's a 50-50 partnership. This way, everyone sort of gets taken care of. Get rid of that fucking torturer and interrogator, Fran Townsend. I don't know who she is, so I can't really comment. CCS, how you doing, brother? Vicarious Visions makes good remakes, so I'm optimistic. Diablo 2 remaster looks good. Tony Hawk remake was fantastic. Well, maybe they'll get really good at remaking World of Warcraft fucking patches, because they're definitely not getting good at releasing new ones. So very excited to report I finally set up my Twitch channel. Still learning how Streamlabs works though. Nico, congratulations. Congratulations. When did you decide to start streaming? Jamanio, how you doing? Order on your PC. Now the wait starts. What did you get, Cesius? Midkoto, how you doing? Dark Angel, how you doing? Sophia Necra, how you doing? Hype for the Void Lords to make real Void on the servers. Just going to get people in the seat who are actually good at remaking content. Well, yeah, that's pretty much what they're fucking doing, right? Ex-Homeland Security and Counterterrorism Advisor to President Bush. Senior National Security Analyst, EVP Corp Affairs, Corp Secretary and CCO Activision. I still don't know shit about her. You guys just told me a bunch of things that she sort of did in the past, right? If she worked for Bush, well, actually, anyone that worked for any government ever is a fucking moron and should never be in control of anything. So, based on that, fuck that woman, right? I see no BG3 today, but where is this insight to find the reasons? The composer plays. I'll tell you in a minute why I'm not going to be playing Baldur's Gate 3 today. The Bobby Cock left? No. Shadowgrove, you would be very wrong. Bobby Kotick have not left. It's just J. Allen Brack that's fucked off. Tabby Sick, how you doing? Insmitty, how you doing? Doing good. My computer now won't support my add-ons, so I can no longer update my WoW add-ons. You need a new fucking computer. You need a new computer, and more specifically, you need not an Apple. I work for the government. We make healthcare software to support the NHS. Smurflord, get the fuck out. I'm sorry, I distrust. I have a very deep distrust of the government. Government employees. Although I would say my distrust of government employees only goes insofar as how could you work for the government. I don't really mind the fact that people work for the government because governments are far too big and they tend to be one of the largest employers in every single country. So I don't have much of a problem with that. But people who work sort of higher up, ministers, presidents, those people, they're scumbags. All of them. Straight through. I don't care who it is. If you're a politician, you're a scumbag. End of fucking discussion. Super Dragon Beast, how you doing, bro? Yes, jab quit. We'll go through that. I'm going to be committing an Apple hate crime for my new computer until I can afford to build a PC. What do you mean, an Apple hate crime? I wouldn't say people working for the NHS work for the government. I mean, they do technically work for the government. I mean, it belongs to the government, therefore they work for the government. So, I have no problem with people liking the NHS. I'm not one of them, but if you like the NHS and you find it very helpful, then hey, good for you. I distrust anything that has to do with the government. Anything. Good day, Echo. Love you. First time chatter. OnlyFans win. P2, how you doing, brother? Welcome. Happy to have you here. Pretty sure you're not a first time chatter because it would have shown up as you being a first time chatter. OnlyFans win when someone gives me $1,000. Like, you drop $1,000, I'll put my PP on the internet. More info on Fran Townsend. Let's see. Like I said, I hate all government employees. High-level employees. Mid-level employees. My brother is a government fucking employee. He's a teacher. Do I like it? No. Not one bit. You should work for a private school because fuck the government. but I don't judge him. He tries to do his best to, you know, be a good teacher, although he is one of the few that actually does that. The vast majority of teachers basically coach through life as if they can't be fired, because guess what? They can't be fucking fired. So why do they have to do the best job possible to teach your children? They don't. There's literally no reason for them to do that. If they're going to overwork themselves, they're not going to get the money that they're owed. So therefore, they may as well just fucking chill out, take their salaries, and go on vacation 4 times a fucking year. Claudia, thank you for the prime sub. Really appreciate that. 2 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Guys, I let me be clear. I despise all forms of government. I'm not on the right. I'm not on the left. I'm not your buddy. If you're a liberal or a conservative, I'm not your buddy. I want to burn it all down. To the fucking ground. I'm an anarchist. I believe that people should be free, and I do not believe that anyone should ever be certain of their job just because they work for the government. So if you're going to get pissed off by that, great, tell me why. I'm always open to suggestions. I'm always open to being wrong. But yeah, that's just who I am. If you joined this chat thinking, oh my God, I'm going to join a fellow conservative or fellow liberal, you've joined the wrong fucking chat, haven't you? Because I don't like anything in government. I think the government should always be viewed as the enemy of the people, because that's exactly what it is. It is always the enemy of the people. Trustworthy teachers, what are they hiding? It's not that they're untrustworthy. I wouldn't mind teachers working for the government if they could be fired. If a teacher is not doing their job, they should be fucking fired. Considering the education levels throughout the world, I would say 90% of teachers do not deserve their fucking jobs. Considering the fact that you have people who do not know what capitalism and communism and socialism is, and basically confuses the one with the other consistently, it's quite clear to me that education has failed, and whoever the teachers are that have taught this should be fired, right? I have the same problem with police officers. How can police officers not be fired? In what fucking universe can you not sue the police department? Makes no sense to me. I don't like when people are completely immune from action because they happen to work for the state. I don't like that. I think it's completely wrong. I think that's completely belly up. If anything, the people that should be most open to being sued and fired should be people working for the fucking government. I've seen a shitload of teachers get fired in the UK, sometimes for stupid shit. I agree, but I don't think that's the case everywhere. Saying God, there are more teachers that do not get fired. Look, teacher unions are effectively, how do I put this? Teacher unions make it almost impossible to fire teachers, especially in the US, but this is true for the UK too. I know for a fact that teacher unions in the UK is also a fucking cancer. And they're not a cancer for the teachers. They take well and good care of their teachers. They're a cancer for education. Because they basically tie your hands behind your back. If you try to even suggest that teachers should undergo some sort of what's it called in English? Evaluation, right? They'll go on strike. So effectively, there's nothing you can do. You're just basically sitting there going, all right, fine, you know, do whatever the fuck you want, right? The shitty part too is he isn't wrong, and none of his statements in the government have been wrong. I was in the Navy long enough to see it. The VA itself, too, doesn't do what they're supposed to and take care of its vets. People in the government do such fucked up crap and never get reprimanded for it. Because they don't have to. They don't have to do their jobs. Because people have grown so fucking lazy when it comes to holding their governments accountable. They just vote, and you all know this line, right? Oh, you know, he's a politician, they lie. What the fuck are you talking about? He's a politician, they lie. Somehow it's okay. Fran really was out here calling the lawsuit meritless and irresponsible while praising the greatness of the company. Lunavara, yes, she is a great ally to women everywhere, it seems. Not the case in the UK and China. There will always be people who should be fired but aren't, but usually teachers are a very fireable role. I would say it's less fireable than what most people think it is, but in South Africa, we basically have the same problems that we have that you guys have in the US. The unions and the government is like one. It's impossible to get rid of one. Teacher unions in SA are fucking up the whole system. They block sexual assault investigations from going through. True. Question Echo, is it worth it to get a Streamlabs Prime subscription? No. Do not even use Streamlabs, Nico. Use Stream Elements, which is what I use. Streamlabs is useless. In the US, the teacher role isn't as locked as people believe. Half the states don't acknowledge unions. Rhinos, then, even then, so for example, I know teachers in Texas and those places are a little bit less secure in their jobs, right? But I know that it's still very difficult to get rid of a fucking teacher. It's not as difficult as it is, for example, in California. In California, a teacher can basically never even work and they won't get fired. But it's still very difficult to do. It's still very difficult to get rid of teachers. The new Elune vid is on the drive. Remember the timestamp this time? It's in the TC doc. Oh, right. Thanks, Alex. And the other video that I did, the talking head one, how far is that one from done? Your entire department was fired. How the fuck did that happen? Doomhammer, how are you doing? I don't mind unions, just to be clear. I think people that are anti-unions is also a little bit moronic, right? My problem with unions is when unions, first and foremost, do not work at the companies that they represent. So I don't agree with unions being businesses. A union should be a collection of workers that work at the same fucking company, right? Therefore, whenever the union suggests let's go on strike, they too will be affected by the strike, which right now is not true, right? It's well known that almost every single strike works out a net loss for the employees that went on strike, right? In South Africa, for example, employees go on strike for a month to get a 10% raise. They lose so much money in that month that they don't make up the money that they had lost. Because if you then account for inflation, they may as well not have gone on strike to begin with. The unions don't give a fuck, by the way, because 10% of every single person's wages increase on their own fees is great, right? So they don't give a fuck. Unions should not be involved in the government. Unions should not be businesses in and of themselves. Unions should be a collection of the workers that work for a specific company, only to give them the ability to collectively bargain, right? Because that's an important thing. And I, by the way, don't view that as a socialist thing. I view that as a capitalist thing. You need to have strength in numbers if you're working for someone, and it makes sense that workers are free, because we're talking about the free market. A worker should be free to join up with a bunch of other workers to put pressure on their owner and say, listen, you motherfucker, you're not going to do these things to us. We demand good working conditions and we demand more money. But it should always be people who work for the company. It shouldn't be some fuckhead that goes to all these government lavish parties and shit and basically couldn't care less about the workers that is part of his union, right? One was a tool, one got stuck abroad. My work hours were insane, but fucking one-man army. Germanio, my question to you would be, did you get paid more? Also, I find it hilarious that all the recommended channels for me on Twitch are all playing Final Fantasy 14. Nice. Unions are meant to make sure people made prevailing wages for their career path. Now it's just a mafia taking cuts from their workers in union dues. It's a sham. I don't know, my girlfriend helps run a union and I roll my eyes when I listen to the meetings. Greedy little trolls. True. Lol, a Brack sighting. I anticipate that they will do so with passion and enthusiasm, and that they can be trusted to lead with the highest level of integrity and commitment to the components of our culture that make Blizzard so special. Special culture indeed. Well, it is sort of special. You know, there's a running special at Blizzard. When you take the job, not only do you get to make video games that maybe you love, most likely you fucking hate, right? But you also sometimes get surprise touching. Let's not call it sexual harassment. Let's call it surprise touching, right? or maybe even to some extent surprise sex whenever you work there, right? So really, if you think about it, it is sort of a special that they're running, unspoken as it may be. Unity government are like ticks that never run out of blood. Truth. I started playing Final Fantasy, by the way. Seems okay so far. It's so much fun. Lol, no, but in all fairness, I didn't have credentials to my name at the time, but I did get paid better than I would have in the UK, and it'll only go up depending on courses, training, and degrees. My problem, Germanio, is that you want to go back to China. I've made this clear to you many a times. I do not know why. I get it. There's more money there, but it's also a fucking dictatorship. I need new co-op games to play. Getting bored. Which games are you playing currently? When I started work at 18, I couldn't even join my works union because you had to be 22. How the fuck does that work? God knows, dude. Sadly, most companies, if employees try to make a union or band together, the company will fire them and replace them with new people. The only reason that really is an issue is because of lack of competition in the market, right? Because what people have to understand, when I talk, for example, about capitalism, right? And why I love capitalism. Imagine a world where you do not just have one Amazon, right? Imagine a world where you had 20 Amazons. Now, at first, all of these companies will basically try to make their wages as competitive as humanly possible to try and get the most amount of workers to make sure that the company is actually operating, right? But eventually it gets to a point where they can't make the wages any higher. So now they start looking at work conditions. They start looking at benefits. Basically anything to try and get people in the fucking door to fill the positions that is available, right? And eventually there's going to be companies that go, all right, you know what? You can even have a union if you work here. We'll set it up for you, right? So that there's union structures so that you can collectively bargain for better wages and shit like that. Anything to basically coax people into the fucking workplace. The problem at the moment is there's no competition, right? And no competition because of government. You have one Amazon, and Amazon is basically closing down all of the smaller shops in the world because for some reason everyone else had to close down, but Amazon didn't. So Amazon can get away with paying their employees absolutely fuck all, right? And by the way, for those of you that didn't know, do you know why Amazon pays their employees so little? Does anyone know in chat why Amazon pays their employees? And this, by the way, is not a secret. Amazon themselves suggest this to employees when they start working for Amazon. No, not that they're dicks. No. Because of government programs. Amazon themselves tell employees when they start working there to apply for government benefits. So if you take a job at Amazon, they know that they're not paying you enough to actually make ends meet. And then they go, well, because we're not paying you enough, go to the government and apply, right? Just go apply for government handouts. So this means that Amazon can get away with basically paying you fuck all. You're going to get money from the government because the government gives away free money. Although it's not free, everyone else is paying for the money. Now, what would happen in a world where there was no government handouts? So there was no program that you could go apply for at the government to get money. Amazon would be forced to pay their employees more because they wouldn't be able to go to the government. There would be no, and they wouldn't take the job if the job isn't going to pay enough for them to actually make ends meet. Walmart, I believe, is exactly the same. You guys are right. It's Walmart, Amazon, and there's one other company that does exactly the same thing in the US. They basically employ their guys and they tell them from day one, go apply for government benefits. Because we know we're not paying you enough, but we don't care because there is government benefits. Don't know if it's Target. I can't remember the other company. I'm sure there's even more, right? So my problem with blaming places like McDonald's, right? So McDonald's does not belong to a single person or company, right? It's all franchise owners, right? Now, people love to go, McDonald's workers should be paid $15 an hour. Look at the millions that McDonald's is making. It's not every individual franchise owner that's making millions, right? Sometimes those franchise owners make very little. You know, sometimes they make just enough for them to live and to pay their employees. Now, people want to force them to also pay $15 an hour minimum wage when they can barely afford to keep their fucking doors open. McDonald's simply owns, this is actually it. That's a very good point. McDonald's is a real estate company. That all they do is they own the physical land that you build your shop on, right? And for that, you pay rent every month. That's how McDonald's makes its money. The head corporate makes their money from the rent and stuff that you pay. The individual workers being paid, that's paid by individual fucking franchise owners. Franchising fees, which basically is rent. And I believe it's also in South Africa a percentage of your profits. So it's a small percentage, but it is a percentage. I think it's like 15% of your profits goes to head office. So when people go, oh, McDonald's workers should be paid more, look at the millions that McDonald's is making. What are you talking about? Each individual franchise is not making millions. It's because there's millions of franchises that the head office is making millions. But sadly, like we go back to the fucking start, education have failed in the US, and therefore you have people who have no fucking clue what's going on, screaming about shit that they don't know about. So if we fired the teachers that weren't teaching the children, we wouldn't be in the problem where people are going, McDonald's should pay their people more, not knowing that actually McDonald's, everyone that works for McDonald's gets paid really well. What you're talking about is individual franchise workers, and that's a whole different fucking story. Equid, also good morning. Yes, Jab quit. We're going to go through that in a minute. Dizzy, how you doing, bro? A fast food restaurant is not a job that's supposed to pay your bill for the rest of your life. It is a stepping stone, right? Flipping burgers is a way to learn skills, right? And you might think to yourself, well, what skills is there to learn? By the way, Blue Fairy, thank you for sitting on up. Really appreciate that. 5 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Love you too, Blue Fairy. Thank you so much for that. Well, there's simple skills, right? Like being on time every single day, like learning how to manage your time, learning how to manage yourself, skills that you learn that you can eventually then move to a better job, right? That pays better because you've built up these skills. If you work full time, you should be able to have your basic needs met, even if that is flipping burgers. Acadian, I don't necessarily agree with you, because what is basic needs? I don't necessarily, because here's the problem, right, with what everyone is saying. With your argument, sounds very good on paper, right? Sounds like a great argument on paper. Here's the problem with it. Imagine, for example, a world where I could pay a burger flipper $8, right? That means that I can take someone that has zero skill, zero fucking kitchen experience, because it's $8 an hour. It's cheap as shit. I can employ basically anyone. When you move it up to $15 an hour, suddenly the guy with zero skills has zero chance of getting that job. Because it's expensive now. It's too expensive. I'm not going to hire someone that has no fucking clue what they're doing. So at the end of the day, $15 an hour simply pushes those people that needed that job out of the workforce. They no longer get jobs because no one's willing to pay someone that doesn't have a fucking clue what they're doing $15 an hour. I mean, it's been documented, well documented. The $15 like minimum wage, basic minimum wage, almost in every single situation leads to higher unemployment or more people relying on the government. It almost never leads to increased employment or even higher living standards. And it makes sense logically. If you really think about it, it's very simple to understand why this is the case. And this is not some big conspiracy, it's economic fact. If you want to have a $15 minimum wage, you then have to also force companies to hire people. right? So you basically have to pass a law that says that people have to hire double the amount of people that they need or some shit like that. Yo, Akko, sup, welcome back. How was your week? How was your weekend? How's life treating you so far? Life's good, bro. Life's very good. Is there a minimum wage standard in South Africa? How are you, Digit, by the way? Blue Fairy, there is. Although, because of the minimum wage that they've been pushing for, more and more people are now willing to work for under-the-table money. So whenever you get, for example, a domestic worker, right? So a maid. The maid will say, don't pay my money into my bank account. You don't have to pay me minimum wage. I'm willing to work for whatever you're willing to pay. Because now that they sort of forced us to pay a lot of money for a maid, most people have let go of their maids. Most people have gone, no, you're not worth the money that they expect me to pay for you. So now most of these workers are coming in saying, I don't want the minimum wage. You don't have to pay me that. You can pay me in cash under the table. Just give me a job. I can't find work. So, you know, the minimum wage is literally helping no one. Not necessarily arguing that minimum wage should be higher. I'm just saying that if someone works 40 hours a week, they should be able to house and feed themselves. Acadian, on the face of it, I agree with you. Because it sounds reasonable, right? But I do want to propose, Jav Live, how you doing? Thank you for the follow, really appreciate that. I want to propose something to all of you, and I want you to keep an open mind when I propose this. This is 100% a philosophical proposal, right? I'm not making a case here. I'm not staking a claim here. I am simply... This is something that me and my brother have been speaking about for a while now. Like, for the last 3 weeks, we've basically every night, we've been discussing this topic. What is basic needs? Why do we say that people have basic human rights? What even is basic human rights? What rights do you as a human actually have? This is the philosophical question that I'm posing to all of you. Do not look at it as just humans. Look at it as nature. Animals, everything. You could say that the deer has a basic human or basic right to live. The lion could give two fucks about the basic right of the deer to live. If the lion wants to eat, the lion eats. End of discussion. And then the deer's basic right no longer plays into it. Now, when it comes to humans, we like to think about things like housing, food, healthcare. I propose, from a philosophical standpoint, that you have no right to any of these things. In the due course of life, you have no rights to anything. You get only what you work for. You get only what you make yourself, happen, right? This is the only things that you have a right to if you are the one that makes them happen. Because life is not fair. We could say everyone has the right to housing. Let's put life into this, okay? I'm not saying humans, I'm saying let's put life into this. Everyone has the right to housing. You build your house. You finally move into your house. Suddenly, out of fucking nowhere, a plane crashes down and slams into your house as you walk out the front door on your way to your friends, right? You're on your way to your friend. The plane levels your fucking house. Life didn't give a fuck about your basic right to housing. It just happened. It's just life. It is what happens. You might say that you have the right to healthcare. Why? If this was the case, would life not also obey this? So life wouldn't give you cancer. You wouldn't get hit by a fucking truck out of nowhere. If you boil it down to nature, right? If you boil it down to its fundamentals, from a philosophical standpoint, it does not appear to me as if human beings have a right to anything. Now, it sounds nice on paper, right? It sounds nice on paper to sit here and go, well, humans obviously you should have the right to housing and healthcare. But why is that a right? I don't see, because the problem with that is that your right now suddenly infringes on the right of someone else, right? So when you, for example, say that housing is a right, someone has to build that fucking house, right? Someone has to build it. Unless you build it yourself, in which case, sure, that's your house. You built it, right? But someone has to build it. If you say that everyone has a right to housing, at some point you're going to have to start forcing people to build homes, whether they want to or not, because everyone has a right to housing, right? So from a philosophical standpoint, the idea that there are that rights is universal doesn't make a whole lot of sense, because life and nature certainly doesn't give a fuck about any of your rights, right? Ailey, now this is where you're wrong, because what Blizzard did was infringe upon other people's person. You see, your rights, the only rights that I believe you have is the rights to your own body and your own person, right? You can do whatever you want to do as long as it does not infringe on anyone else, right? So as long as whatever you do does not impact someone else, you can do whatever you want, right? In the case of where Blizzard is involved, these were people who were doing things to other people that those people did not sign up for. So they were exercising their freedom by stealing someone else's freedom. And in that case, well, you're no longer being free, right? You're no longer actually doing whatever you want because you are interfering with other people, right? Now, just to be clear, I do want to make this clear again. I'm playing very much devil's advocate here. I propose to all of you a very philosophical argument. I'm playing devil's advocate. I don't know what exactly the answer of this would be. Is it infringing? Heisenmaster, I would say so, because it never comes with asking. This is where I find problem with your argument. Is it infringing to ask humans to care for other humans? Ask, sure, I can say no, but that's not what happens. It's rarely asking. It's almost always forcing. And if you force me, you are infringing if you force me to care for other people. I am free to care for other people when I choose to care for other people. The problem is that's not how it works in our world. It almost always comes with some modicum of force. Take taxes, for example. Taxes are forceful theft. Literally, there is no difference between the guy running up to you in the street, holding a gun to your head and saying, your money or your life, and the government taxing you. There's no difference. It's exactly the same thing. The difference is, for one of them, we say, no, that's wrong. That guy should go to jail. For the other one, we say, good job. But morally, there is zero difference between the thief running up to you, gun to your head, saying your money or your life, and the government coming up to you and saying your money or your life. It's the same thing, right? Exactly the same thing. We just somehow forgive one, but we do not forgive the other, which I find incredibly difficult to understand, because as far as I'm concerned, it's the most inhumane, the most obnoxious, the most evil system in the world. Governments are literally the most evil systems in the world, at least for me. Null Moon Lady, how you doing? Yeah, and happy to chat the stream. Huge hugs and sunshine. Null Moon Lady, happy to have you here. Holy shit, Dark Angel, thank you so much for the Prime Sub. Really appreciate that. 9 months in a row. Thank you. Let me just see. I've missed quite a lot of the word right. Proposes that an entity that enforces it. A right not enforced is just entitlement. If you're entitled to something, someone else is forced to give it to you. Explain things you feel entitled to, and everyone leaves your society. But the government exists to enforce laws and rules that we as a society thinks are good and improves our lives. If there is no one to enforce things, then anyone could do anything. Ailey, but that's you literally just summed up my entire problem with democracy in a nutshell. It's not we as society. It's not we as society that decides this. It's one half of the society that decides this on behalf of the other half. Take my country, for example. I am currently living under a president for the last 27 years that I did not vote for once. I am forced to pay taxes for things that I absolutely disagree with, and yet I have no right to say, fuck you, I didn't vote for this, I don't want these systems, I will not give my money to you. I am taxed regardless of my feelings towards the man. If my president decided tomorrow, and he did, to send the military into some backwards fuck off African country that will not be safe no matter how many people you send there, I have no right. I literally cannot stop him. Take my tax dollars, bro, and fucking send it off. There we go. Just fucking take it. Because if I say no, you lock me up. Right? It's a dictatorship. Democracy is a dictatorship. There is literally no country on earth that is not a dictatorship. The only difference between North Korea and the rest of the world, China, North Korea, and the rest of the world, is at least China and North Korea do not pretend to be fair. They are very clearly dictatorships, and they don't pretend to be. So the difference between the West and North Korea and China is that the West lies. The West goes, oh no, we're all about freedom and fairness, and you can vote for your dictator. But make no mistake, at any given point in any fucking country, there is at least 50% of the people in that country that live under a system that they did not vote for, that they did not want. There's at least 50% of the people whose tax money is being used on things that they did not care to have it being used on. Democracy is not the best system we have. That's a lie. Democracy is the most evil system we have. By a fucking mile. It is the most evil system. So what's my ideal system then? As an anarchist, I propose freedom. Just to be clear, I do not for a second think that you could create heaven on earth, right? I do not think that anarchy is going to deliver us from suffering. It's human beings. Human beings bring suffering wherever they go. Not libertarianism, please, for the love of God, no. Not libertarianism, no. I have very big disagreements with libertarians as well. I am an anarchist, which means smash the state. Smash it. Not diminish it, not make it small. Smash it. Nothing. There must be no government. The only government that should ever exist is a government that was decided upon by a small group of people if that is how they choose to live. That's the only government that should ever exist. So my perfect system for anyone that is brand new to the stream that maybe haven't heard it yet, I'll use the following example. Imagine 3 different cities, right? And we'll use America as the three different cities, right? We'll say Dallas in Texas, we'll say Los Angeles in California, and we'll say New York in New York. All right? In an anarchist system. Now, very quickly, just for anyone that do not know what anarchy is. Anarchy can be explained in the following line. You do not speak for me. Everything else is simply an application thereof. That's all anarchy means. You do not speak for me. That's it. That's anarchy. That is anarchy in a nutshell. It's to say, when it comes to a debate about my life, you have nothing to say about it. Nothing. It's not your life. You do not get a voice when it comes to my life. Democracy, on the other hand, is exactly not that. Democracy is literally the opposite of that. It's where 50% of the people decide they know what the other 50% needs to do, right? That's the problem with democracy. You do not speak for me. Everything else is simply an application thereof. But let's take 3 different cities. We take Dallas, New York, Los Angeles. We're in an anarchist state, right? There is no big boy government. There is no federal government. Washington, the swamp, has basically been reduced to fucking nothing, swallowed by the swamp. Don't really give a fuck, right? No one gives a shit. In these 3 different cities, there are 3 different types of people that live there. In New York, they've decided, the people that live in New York have decided that they really like a more sort of mixed economy, right? So they like a bit of capitalism, but they also like a bit of a safety net socially, right? And so the people of New York said, right, in order to govern these things, we do need our own version of a government. But this government is not the government of America, it's the government of New York City. The people in New York City decided they want a government that will sort of ensure that there is a bit of a safety net, right? And that there is a bit of free market capitalism and people are able to work and make money, right? Then across the country, you have Los Angeles. In Los Angeles, they've decided we want communism. We want a government that controls everything and we all work for the government and the government takes care of all of our needs. So they've decided this. This government is not the government of America. This government is the government of Los Angeles. And then in Texas, the people in Texas decided, you know what, we just want private corporations to do everything. So we genuinely do not give a fuck about having a government or a safety net. If the poor are poor, it's their fucking problem, right? We want full-blown corporatism, corporations doing everything for us. Now, in an anarchist system, under the guise and under the simple rule, you do not speak for me. If I am stuck in Texas and I do not want to live in Texas, I don't like this system, I can go to New York, I can go to Los Angeles, I can go anywhere in the world where there is a system that I like. There's no such thing as borders as well. Under anarchy, we say, at least anarchists, most of us say, that your nationality should not rely on where you were born, but rather on what you believe. Right? So I should be allowed to associate with whoever believes the same as I do. And guess what? If there's none of these cities in the world that believes the things that you want, then go start your own fucking city. Right? Go live on a farm and take care of yourself if that's exactly what you want to do. The idea behind anarchy is simply a case of removing any sort of coercion from within the system. It's to say that, no, you cannot coerce me. You cannot force me to do something. If I choose to do it, that's my choice. But you don't get to force me into this. Because I don't want to be forced into it. I am a huge fan of Michael Malice. Yes, massive fan of Michael Malice. But I've been a fan of Michael Malice for a long time, even before I was an anarchist. So yeah. But I'm a big fan of Michael Malice. What do you mean there's no ownership, Auto? South Africans say similar things about other people's farms. So in short, you're a fan of Michael Malice. I play on that. You're gonna fuck off and buy a horse and a cat. You can do whatever you want. That would be a utopia, but I'm pretty sure there's almost no country who would have me unless I'm really valuable asset or I'm bringing them a lot of money. Elode, the thing is, there would be no country to have you. It would be about whoever you wish to associate with. Anarchy is about freedom of association, right? If you think about it, all of us are in an anarchist situation right now. This is what most people don't understand. People think of anarchy as this sort of... people think of anarchy as this chaotic system, which it really isn't. It's not about chaos. It's about choice. It's about freedom of association. It's that you are free to be in the stream. No one's forcing you. I am free to stream. No one is forcing me. And at the end of the day, we're here on the same level, right? I'm not going to phone the police if one of you say something wrong, right? And hopefully most of you will not phone the police if I say something wrong. So we are in an anarchist relationship here already, right? So remove the federal government from the US and let the states do what they will. That would be a step in the right direction. It would be closer to what the founding fathers wanted for America, right? If California wants to be communists, they're allowed to be communists, but they are not allowed to force their communism on any of the other states around them, which is the problem with the fucking federal government in the US. Anarchy has one limit, though: buying and selling humans. Example, human rights. Kildana, How's that a limit? The literal thing is that I am free to do whatever I want to do. Therefore, you can't just buy and sell me. And if there is states and cities that is doing that, I'm pretty sure there's going to be other cities and other states that rise up against that city and that state and say, no, we're not okay with you doing that. So no, I don't agree with you at all. I do believe that anarchy globally just won't happen. I do honestly believe that people have been reliant on authority, etc., for so long that they just wouldn't know how to function. I think so South Africa is doomed, in my opinion, as well, right? The vast majority of South Africans believe that the government is Big Brother, right? It believes that the government is its friend. The only difference is they don't want. The only difference is that they don't really want. They want their government in control, right? That's what they want. They want their government in control, which is, what the fuck are you talking about? If your government is in control, it doesn't mean that your government is always going to be in control. It just means that for now, your government is in control. Brandalot, I would argue with you, but the problem is the fact that you think I'm a moron shows your lack of education. So me arguing with you would be a waste of my time, which, as you've already fucking noted, I'm an anarchist and I don't have to waste my time. Blizzard director is fired. I think that goes back to what we were talking about earlier with minimum wage. A federal minimum wage makes no sense when cost of living across the states varies so greatly. If a single city wanted to decide that they would have a minimum wage, people would be free to move out of that city, right? So my only problem is when the federal government passes laws, really, because you can't escape those. How do you get away from the federal government? You really can't, right? The truth is, so many people have been brainwashed into believing that the government somehow cares about them. It's sad. It is sad. Because I can promise you right now, if you're a Democrat and you voted for Biden because you thought, oh, he's going to bring back some life into the US. No, he's not. I promise you, Biden does not give two fucks about you. He couldn't care less. He could not care less. He is in it for himself. If you voted for Bernie because you thought he's going to do something great for you, get the fuck off. The dude's a fucking millionaire. He used to talk against millionaires, by the way. Bernie Sanders used to be like, no millionaires, fuck the millionaires, hate the millionaires. Then he became a millionaire and then he fucking put it up to billionaire, right? And if he ever becomes a billionaire, he'll move it up to trillionaires, which will basically mean he'll just hate Jeff Bezos, right? The dude's in it for himself. The motherfucker is just there to make money and you're buying his shit, making him money. Congratulations, you're being played and you don't even fucking know it. It's funny as shit to me that people still buy into this whole I love the government. I can not trust Bernie? Easy, I don't trust him. He's a fucking politician. How did I not trust Trump? Easy, because he's a fucking politician. He lied as much as politicians. He went into politics. I trusted him as little as I trusted any other fucking politician. I must be the only person in the world that hates every single politician. All of them. I feel like if we have freedom or not, we will always want to kill each other over ideas. It's depressing. The only people that want to kill anyone is governments because there's money in it. The vast majority of people don't want to go to war. If you remove the government, I actually think there would be far less war. Oh, I know, Bernie. Heisemeister, I know for a fact that the guy's a fucking millionaire. And the fact that you trust him, you need to go do some research. He's not your friend. He's not your friend. The dude's a career politician. He literally achieved fuck all in his life. Nothing. He's done nothing outside of going to politics. And then he's riding the wave. He's riding the wave of fucking tax dollars. That's it. You can't trust these people, bro. You cannot trust these people. He is evil. He's a politician. By design, they're evil. Well, you do live in South Africa. It is understandable why you'd be super jaded towards politicians. I live in South Africa because I know what the inevitable nature of politics looks like. South Africa should be a warning sign to the rest of the world. Instead, the rest of the world pretends as if this can never happen here. What is happening in South Africa right now will happen everywhere. Because that is the nature of government. It is the enemy of the people. Full stop. It is the enemy of the people. Be calculated on the cost of living. The only people I say that should be paid at minimum wage is fucking politicians. The only people that should be paid minimum wage is politicians. And they should owe the state whatever the fuck they get paid. So if they leave office, they have a massive giant bill that they have to pay back. Grammy TV, thank you for the follow. Really fucking appreciate that. Have you ever thought about going into politics? No. No. I couldn't lie enough to save my fucking life. Omi, thank you for the prime sub. Really appreciate that. 6 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's get off the politics train because I'm gonna lose my fucking head. I do not. Okay, I'll say this. Doesn't matter which politician you can think of. They're all scumbags. They're all liars. They're all thieves. They're all murderers. 100%, each and every one of them. Each and every one of them. Simple as that. What do US politicians get paid so much if they are public servants? They just should, I suppose, because they can make up their own fucking salaries. K-Taurus, that government will become just as corrupt. We already know what the next cinematic is going to be. It's going to be the Compass one. We just don't know when that Compass one is coming. If literal anarchy happens, there's no private company with enough incentive or resources to stop slavery, and another private company. Kildana, but the people can. And the people will most likely not stand for it. So, you'd probably see a lot of people just rise up against that. Who gave Anduin the compass? Well, we gave it to him, Blue Fairy. It's the compass that his dad had in Legion. We collected it and then took it back to him, right? Okay, so South Africa already has very much a anarchist system for ourselves here. Our private security is the largest private security force in the world. Almost every single person who knows anything in South Africa has a private security firm that protects them. I have a giant private security firm that protects me. They're literally, if you want to get into my complex, there is security guards at the gates. The gates are open and closed electronically. If you try to get in without being invited in, you're going to find yourself at the end of a gun very quickly, right? Around my entire property, there is electric fencing that keeps anyone and everything out. There are cameras all over the property, right? For the complex that I live in. The security guards patrol 24/7. So I'm being kept safe by someone that I can hold accountable. If someone were to break into my complex, and this happened, we just fired the last one, right? The last private security firm that worked here was fired because we had 2 break-ins. They didn't catch it. They got fired. We now have a new one. They walk around 24/7 looking for literally anything that could showcase someone trying to get in. So I'm already living in an anarchist state because my government is at the end of its rope. How much do you pay the security? It's not much considering that it's for a whole complex of 63 units. So it costs in terms of actual, like, on top of my rent, I think it's $15 a month. I think $15 a month. There's also places in the Cape area, like the Western Cape, that have entire neighborhoods now with their own private security firms with cameras everywhere set up. And they pay even less. They pay like fucking, I think, $10 a month for their security, because it's strength in numbers, right? You get a bunch of people in the neighborhood together. Everyone gets the security company and they all pay together. So that's the... that's just stuff that happens here. And most people are very safe. Since they've done that, you are very safe, because the security company needs to keep criminals out, because the police have failed. Digit, I'm aware of that. I am very much aware of this. Did you not see the title of the fucking stream, Digit? South Africa is communist, is it not? The only difference is they need a coalition to lead, so they can't fully push a one-party state because of all the ethnic diversity within the country. Cane Death, so the ruling party in South Africa is basically fucked, because they have conflicting viewpoints. One part is communist, so we call it the tripartite alliance, right? You have the ANC, the African National Congress. You have the Communist Party of South Africa, right? And then you have the COSATU, who's the largest union in South Africa, right? And they form what is called the tripartite alliance. Now, within these groups, you have two sides to the ANC. The one is the communists that's trying to nationalize all mines, nationalize all land, nationalize the Reserve Bank. These are the communists, right? Then, on the other hand, you have the state capture guys. These are the guys that simply want to make money. They're just, they want money, right? And so whatever they can do to get money, that's it. They don't really have an ideological thing. Like, they don't hate people based on their race. They don't give a fuck. They'll work with anyone as long as they get money, as long as they can loot as much as possible. So the ANC is sort of tearing itself apart at the moment in South Africa, because these two groups cannot agree on what to do to move forward. So yeah, that's basically what's happening here. Marissa, how you doing? Thank you for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. People, how you doing? Thank you very much for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Finally, I catch you online. Been working so much. Finally, I can see you live. Love your YouTube vids about the lore. Thanks for making my day better. Marissa, you are very welcome. Happy to have you at the stream. So yeah, it's... South Africa is a weird country. At least at the moment. It's a very strange country, because everyone's sort of fighting for themselves. Blue Fairy, thank you very much for the gift. It's up. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hater Ball, how you doing, brother? Okay, so do you guys want to keep doing you, man? Marissa, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Okay, so do you guys want to quickly dive into the JL and Brack situation? Maybe? Or do you want to keep talking about how fucked up my government is? I could do both, really. Seems like most people want to talk about Jab. Why am I not surprised? Why am I not surprised? Akalon wants to talk about politics. His chat goes, shut the fuck up, monkey. Dance. We want the news. We're here for the news, bro. We're not here for your bullshit. Give us the news, you cunt. Fine. All right? Fine. Fine. You guys win. I'll shut the fuck up about whatever I believe to be the most important thing to talk about, and I'll just do whatever you guys want me to do, right? This is dictatorship now, Akko? Now Jab. Yeah, I feel oppressed. Chat is oppressing me. I don't like it. Anyways, we have to talk about this because it is a pretty big fucking story, right? Okay. The TLDR for everyone that have missed this, JAB have left the company. J. Allen Brack is no longer part of Blizzard Entertainment. He has stepped down. Now we'll quickly go through the message that they have here, and then we'll talk about what is the repercussions of this specifically. To all members of the Blizzard community, we want to let you know about an important leadership change at Blizzard Entertainment. Starting today, J. Allen Brack will be stepping down as the leader of the studio, and Jen O'Neill and Mike Ybarra will co-lead Blizzard moving forward. I don't know what to make of co-leadership. I don't know. Why co-leadership? What makes this necessary? That's my biggest issue with this is, I mean, if Jane O'Neill is good enough to lead the company, let her fucking lead the company. If Mike Ybarra is good enough to lead the company, let him lead the company. What this reads as, in my opinion, and I'm not saying that this is true, I'm just saying what this reads as is they wanted to make Mike Ybarra the CEO. They've been wanting to make him the president for a long time, right? But they knew that right now would not be a good time to fire one guy and promote a new guy. And so they decided, fuck it, we'll put... I'm not saying Jen isn't up to the task. I know nothing about these people, so I can't really say. I know a little bit about Mike, and I know his background. I know he did some amazing things over at Xbox. I don't know much about Jane, right? So I can't really comment on how they would fit as a duo in leading the company, but it feels like a very PR move, right? I would say I don't think it matters, right? From a pure, like, from outside of what it looks like, from an optics perspective, I don't know why they wanted to do this, right? I don't know why they have a dual leadership role now. I do, however, think it's nice that there is a woman at the helm. Now, before people go, yes, there's a woman, finally everything's going to be good, are you forgetting about Fran Townsend? Don't know much about her, but I do know that she's not the greatest ally to the women at Blizzard at the minute. So it stands to reason that not all women are good, right? Not all women buy into the same shit you buy into. So there is a chance that this woman's not going to change that culture. Now, there's bigger things that is going to force the change regardless, right? But this feels like a PR move to me. Jane joined Blizzard in January as Executive Vice President of Development, where she's been providing senior development leadership and support to the Diablo and Overwatch franchises. Jane is the former head of Vicarious Visions, which is now part of Blizzard Entertainment. Considering the fact that both Overwatch and Diablo is in the shitter, and it's been in the shitter long before she came into power or even joined the company, I'm gonna say probably not her fucking... not her circus, not her monkeys, right? We'll see how she does now as the president of Activision, or of Blizzard. After many years at Xbox, Mike joined the company in 2019 as the Executive Vice President and General Manager of Platform and Technology, where he's been overseeing the evolution of Battle.net and our development services organization. So what I don't get is neither of these two are actual game developers. And I just feel like if you are going to run a gaming company, should you not at least make games? Like, should that not be your background? Like, you were a game developer, you made a bunch of games, and now you're running it. It doesn't feel like... It feels like these two are business people, which means we're probably going to get a much bigger cash shop very quickly. Hands-off approach? I fucking doubt it. Heiser, my problem is that if we look at the current state of World of Warcraft, is there anyone here that feels as if the people that works for Blizzard have a passion for gaming? Based on the current state of the games that we're playing from Blizzard, does it feel like we're dealing with people that have an actual passion for the stuff that they make? Because I would argue that 90% of Blizzard developers aren't even gamers. That's my personal opinion. My personal opinion is that 90% of the Blizzard developers are people who look at us gamers and go, these guys are morons. Like, look at the nerds. Look at the fucking nerds, right? So the fact that there's now two, basically, business people at the helm of Blizzard does not fill me with a lot of joy. Jen and Mike have more than 3 decades of gaming experience, industry experience between them. Gaming industry experience. The words would have read gaming development experience if they were actual game developers. I do want to see, though, can someone Google Jen O'Neill and Mike Ybarra and quickly link that shit to me? I want to see what they've done in their past. Company was dead, so any changes welcome. All right, so they will share responsibilities over game development and company operations. Both leaders are deeply committed to all of our employees to work ahead to ensure Blizzard is the safest, most welcoming workplace possible for women and people of any gender, ethnicity, sexual orientation, or background. To uphold and reinforcing our values. What values? Here, let's just quickly see her. Jen O'Neill. Jennifer O'Neill. Fuck me. I just want to see what you've done in your life. Where's the previous experience? Or did she just always work for Vicarious Visions? There you go, Mike. Microsoft for 20 years. He was the corporate vice president of gaming and worked closely with the Xbox Insider program. Today, Ybarra announced he was leaving the company for a new adventure. It's unclear that Ybarra plans to do in the future. Cass, thank you for the Prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. 32 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, I want to see what did he do exactly? You see, he wasn't a developer, and neither is Jennifer. They're not developers. Oh, this is fucked. Dude, this is fucked. They're not developers. Olvar the Viking, how you doing, brother? Nothing? No listings of gaming development? No. Nothing about game development. Just business people. These are business people who saw an amazing opportunity in the gaming industry, because the gaming industry is one of the largest industries in the world right now. And so, yeah. Okay, boys, the cash shop is going to be big in the next 2 years. Believe me, you guys have seen nothing fucking yet. You have seen nothing yet. You think the cash shop is bad now? Whew. You've seen nothing yet. Very soon, it's going to be new expansions launch, and you can go up to level 69. But in order to go to level 70, you have to purchase it for $10 on the cash shop, right? So you can't actually get level 70 is sold separately on the cash shop. Then once you get there, you can access the normal and the heroic versions of dungeons. But in order to get a month's access of the mythic portion of the dungeon, that's $5 a month, right? In order to ensure that you get access to the mythic and the Mythic Plus services of the dungeon. Gear, of course, from Mythic and Mythic Plus can only be purchased from the cash shop. So in order to purchase the gear from the cash shop for Mythic Plus, one must first have completed the Mythic Plus. Then the gear becomes usable after you've purchased it from the cash shop. Raids is a whole different fucking story, because raids are purchased by the boss. This is the new step in Blizzard leadership. I'm pretty sure of it. Wishbone, thank you for the steal one sub. Did really appreciate the 10 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, so reinforcing your values. I don't know what this means. Reinforcing your values. Up until now, your values have been playing ass grab with female employees that do not want it. So, what are you saying? Are you saying that they're going to make sure that they can ass grab even more employees? What are you saying? Sophia, thank you for the 5 community subs. Really appreciate that. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We need some love in chat for both Blue Fairy and Sophia. 5 community subs. Thank you. Sophia, how you doing? That's it. I'm going to private server. It's touchy values, because that's the values that they've had up until now, right? So clearly that's what they're going to be reinforcing. They're now going to make touchy rooms. If you're in the mood for touching, you can go to these rooms. I guess that's not too horrible, because then everyone that is in those rooms are signing up for the touchy. Fuck it. They could probably do that and get away with it. And to rebuilding your trust. You don't even know why we distrust you, Blizzard. Do they don't know why we distrust them. So when they're saying, and to rebuild your trust, it's clearly not for us, right? I don't think this is for us. I think this is for the people maybe in the company, because I'm pretty sure they don't know why I don't trust them. With their many years of industry experience and deep commitment to integrity and inclusivity, Jen and Mike will lead Blizzard with care, compassion, and a dedication to excellence. You'll hear more from Jen and Mike soon. With care, compassion, and a dedication to excellence. Fine. The following is a message from Jab. I am confident that Jen O'Neill and Mike Ybarra will provide the leadership Blizzard needs to realize its full potential and will accelerate the pace of change. I anticipate they will do so with passion and enthusiasm, and that they can be trusted to lead with the highest levels of integrity and commitment to the components of our culture that make Blizzard so special. Sure. Jay, why could you not do this? This is my biggest question. Why is Jay stepping down? What do you guys think? I do think, by the way, this is not the last person that's going to step down. I think this is only the first. I think J. Allen Brack is the first person that's stepping down. I think we'll probably soon hear that Ian Azikostas is stepping down as well. It's entirely possible that he is being forced out. Jen was leader of the former Vicarious Visions. They did the Crash Bandicoot and Tony Hawk's 1-2 remakes, but what her influence was, I can't find anything. It is probably forced. They needed a fall guy, right? This is one of the reasons he's most likely not leaving the company. He's probably moving up. He's probably now moving to Activision. He's going to be doing something over at Activision, right? At the end of the day, none of this feels authentic to me. Maybe it is. Maybe this was an authentic change, but it doesn't feel authentic. This feels like trying to put out a lot of fires very quickly, right? Activision is hoping that by making all of these changes, and make no mistake, it has fuck all to do with us. Activision is putting out a lot of changes here in the hopes that the court case gets dropped. They're trying to basically bargain now for getting rid of this court case, at least in my opinion. You send me pictures, Flinderhoinkies? Let me just quickly see here. Open original. Open original. Open original. And open original. Here we go. All right, so she is now EVP of development. No, we'll go to the first one. Software development engineer at Hewlett Packard. Right, no gaming there. Then executive vice president and GM, platform and technology. Microsoft, 19 years. The fuck am I looking at here? Oh, this is 2 different ones. Never mind. This is Fran, I think. And this is Mike. So Mike is not a game developer. Doesn't seem like it. Manage our growth and engagement across services for gaming at Microsoft. Core responsibility over $2 billion. Immediately, money. That was his core responsibility, was to do with money. Love it. Fucking love it. That's exactly what it should be. That's the kind of person I want running my fucking company. Right? To deliver end-to-end customer and developer Xbox experience. Again, not really anything to do with fucking gaming. And he used to make printers or write software for printers at Hewlett Packard, I suppose. All right, so then here we have This is no, this is Jen, right? This is Jen. Senior executive producer, board member, Girl Scouts of Northeastern New York. Huh? Is that a job? Congratulations. Board member, Games and Simulation Arts and Sciences. Senior producer, Activision. Production, LucasArts. Okay. Then board member, Vicarious Visions, 13 years. Studio head, senior executive producer. Nothing about game design. Member of Women Presidents Organization. Didn't even know this was a job either. Advisory board member, Young Women's Leadership Initiative. And then EVP of Development, Blizzard Entertainment. And that's now. So in other words, we have two people here that have zero game development experience, right? Zero game development experience. This Jane lady seems to have almost never had a real job. She just serves on a bunch of fucking boards. I don't know if that's a real job, by the way. I've never served on a fucking board for anything. Also, I don't think people would want me to serve on a board for anything. But I don't think that's a real job if you're just serving on a board. Like, you have 6-month meetings, and every 6 months you sort of have to be bored out of your skull for an hour. I mean, I don't really give a fuck whether she's a feminist or not. That doesn't bother me one way or the other. I just don't think that she should be in charge of a gaming company. She might fix the personal issues. Maybe that is why they got her, because she could fix the people problems, right? Maybe that is why they're doing it sort of as a joint venture. So with Mike, because from what I understand from people in chat, Mike is a big gamer, like big time fucking gamer, right? So maybe with Mike, they're putting him in charge of everything development, right? And with Jane, they're putting her in charge of everything people, right? So she's going to deal with all of the HR shit, all of the people problems. And maybe that's what you need. Maybe a company like Blizzard is just too fucking big. I know I made a lot of jokes and I'm sort of ignorant about a lot of things and I wear my ignorance as a badge of honor. But if we're going to get serious for a while, maybe a company like Blizzard Entertainment or Blizzard is too big for one person to be able to lead properly. And so by getting two people with very distinct sort of fields of expertise, you do allow for the one person to run the thing that they're very good at, making sure that the games is brilliant, and the other person to do all the other shit that a CEO would generally have to fucking deal with. So maybe that's not a bad thing. Maybe that isn't a bad thing. I would say I feel bad for being ignorant, but I don't. I still think this is the most beautiful dumpster fire I've ever seen in my fucking life. I still don't like. I don't think it's salvageable. I don't think it's salvageable. At this point, I think the problem that Blizzard faces is... So, Blizzard is never going back to what they used to be. Ever. I want to be super clear on that. Blizzard is never going back to what they used to be. They've lost that entirely. The trust is gone. Gamers are moving on in droves, right? In droves, gamers are moving on. They're basically just saying, yeah, I'll go do something else, right? This really was, as far as I'm concerned, the straw that broke the camel's back. I think this was sort of the catalyst for a lot of people to sort of give up and say, well, I'm done, right? I'm over this. I'll go play something else. I'll be back if Blizzard ever fixes their shit. The only way that Blizzard can basically recycle this, and that might be the best news for all of us, is by announcing that World of Warcraft is dying and World of Warcraft 2 is coming. Because that gives them the opportunity to basically new slate this shit. That's in my opinion the only thing that they could do, right? That's the only way they could do this, is by saying, well, new slate, new game. We're redoing the whole game. It needs a hard reset. I agree. Sorry, guys. I'm not... My fucking mustache. I'm going to the barber this weekend. My mustache is driving me absolutely fucking insane. Because it's all over the place now. I don't like it anymore. Okay, wait, let's see. Someone asked me something here. Someone was asking for the poll. The fucking poll, of course. Let me quickly see here. So we ended on 8k votes for this. Well, I say ended. It's probably not ended yet, but it's 8k votes at the moment, and that's the results of it. Blue Fairy, I fucking loathe it now because it's too long. It's too long. I need to cut it because what's happening now is some of the hair, some of the mustache, like some of the hairs are going up, and then it tickles my nose to the point where I'm literally sitting here the whole day going, motherfucker, stop tickling my nose. I don't like that. So I definitely need a trim on this bitch. Can you save the hair and send it to chat? That would be weird. Hey, I have a potential sponsorship coming in from Manscaped. So if we get that, I'm probably gonna have to start trimming my own beard. I have a little scissor right here. I refuse to use it. Oh, point. We've already covered that. I don't like trimming my own beard. I don't like trimming my own beard. I never do it. I have a barber that's absolutely fucking lovely. I go to him 2 times a month. The beard is trimmed. It looks great. So yeah. Finance quote, NASDAQ. Wait, let's see, baby, what the hell? Oof. Fucking oof. Keeps going down. Shit. Oh my Christ. That is billions of dollars lost, bro. That is a lot of money fucking lost, bro. That is a bad fucking day. That is a horrible day. Over the last 6 months, it's down 14%. God. Oh my God. No wonder they're firing people. Like, no wonder they're making fucking changes. They're like anything to stop the bleeding. We need to stop the bleeding. This is too much. We can't handle this, right? And considering this, it's not going to get any better. Please look at this, guys. This is 8k votes. This is 8k votes. And I'll actually go a little bit further, right? Let's do... Okay, so look at that one, but there was a previous one that I did. Was a previous vote that I did. If I can fucking find it. Okay, here we go. 2 weeks ago, I had 5k votes, right? 5k votes, and I asked people if they're still playing Shadowlands. This was before all of this shit hit, right? Before all of this shit hit. We had 26% saying, yes, I'm loving it. 7% yes, but I only raid lock now. We had 19% saying no, came back, but I'm already bored. We had 43% that said no, did not even try it. And then 6% other, which was basically people saying I'm still playing, still enjoying it. Now we go back to the latest poll. And you now have 53% plus 4%, right? So that's 57% of people saying they're no longer playing, right? Either because they don't like the game or because of the lawsuit. And then you have 16% of players that's going, I'm close to quitting. Only 18% of players are still enjoying the game. Mr. Rock Me Awesome? Probably not. Bobby Kotick worked his fucking ass off. He worked his ass off to get Blizzard. I do not think that he would let go of Blizzard. Should do that with other content creators and do averages. Or yes, if other content creators wanted to join in on the polling, I'd be very happy to coordinate with them. But sadly, most content creators only do whatever the fuck they thought of first, right? So if they're not doing it, I can't really force them to do it, right? Though, and they will do the mental gymnastics to defend WoW's current state. I don't think I'm the 18% with me with my 100 accounts. Germanio, like, fuck do you have 100 accounts? Your PC can barely handle one account. It's not so much mental gymnastics. The vast majority of people that are still playing WoW and still enjoying it aren't even really playing WoW. So I have a brand new video that's likely going to go live tomorrow. This was one of the most interesting fucking things I've ever seen in my life. If I can find it again, give me a moment. I'll look for it. Where is it? Scripts. Please tell me it's going to open. Okay, here we go. I made a video on this, which I think should absolutely be spoken about. How does WoW even remotely have a reason to be subscription-based at this point? You guys remember we actually had a conversation about this not too long ago, right? We're literally sitting without content for sometimes over a year, and the one time we're getting a big content drop, it's another paid $40 expansion. What exactly is it that we're paying monthly for at this point? I mean, it's definitely not the privilege of not having an item shop anymore, like we once told ourselves when talking about free-to-play. And this, by the way, is not a lie. Crastastic, how you doing, brother? Welcome back. I haven't seen you in quite a while. That's true. I remember having these conversations. I remember talking to my friends who were all going, well, we should have World of Warcraft should go free-to-play. And I went, no, fuck. Then we'll have all those morons to play free-to-play games in the game, and they're going to put a cash shop into it. Clearly, no longer, right? Cash shop's been there. It's going strong, right? So this was sort of very interesting. Just something I had to think about at the moment. I want to ask all of you. Wait. Blue Fairy, thank you so much for the gift. It's up. Really appreciate that, Kerstastic. You are back in the Fat Fuckers Club. Really happy to have you here. Blue Fairy, can we get some love in chat for Blue Fairy? Everyone say thank you. This is something I've been thinking about for a while. Why are we paying the WoW subscription? Can anyone in chat explain this to me? What is the WoW subscription about at this point? Mikuni, how you doing? And as Apocalypse said there, yes, on Sunday we covered the whole Pyromancer thing. Server maintenance for what? There are games that is completely free to play at the moment. Basically, they've given up. All they're doing is really server maintenance, and they're not charging people for that. Cyrena, that's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine. I'm asking, is the subscription still justified? That's the question I'm asking. And in my mind, it's not. Let's do the math. So about a year ago, we all paid $40 for the Shadowlands expansion, and we got an expansion. The expansion had a bunch of leveling in it, right? And then it had a bunch of time-gated content in it. Okay? If you remove the time gates, how long does it take you? Has anyone tried doing the entire Covenant campaign without the time gates? Now that you can do it without the time gates, how long does it take you to do the Covenant campaigns? Like, just the campaign. How long does it take you? I did it on my Paladin for Bastion, and I think it took me about 5 hours, 6 hours, I think, to do all of them. Now, he is a tank, so I could get into dungeons very, very quickly, right? But it took me about 4, 5, 6 hours, thereabouts. It was definitely not more than an afternoon, well, an evening for me, right? So that's all the content that we got for 9.0. Consider how much we paid in 9.0. $40 plus $15 a month. That puts us at $175 US dollars. $175 US dollars. How many AAA games can you purchase for $175 US dollars? The answer is 3. How many fucking how many indie games can you purchase for $175? That depends on the indie game, but 10, 15. In most cases, you'll buy about 15 indie games with the price of $175 US dollars. So here's my question. Was 9.0 worth $175 US dollars? And this gets even bigger in a second. It wasn't worth it. Regardless of whether you enjoyed it or not, this is not a case of did you enjoy the content or not. We're talking specifically about was it worth the money that you ended up paying for it. And as I can tell from chat here, most people agree, was definitely not worth the money that I paid, right? Sure, I had fun, or maybe I didn't have fun, but insofar as if this was a normal shop and I was charging you $5 for a bread, but the bread that I was giving you was the small little fucking slice of a bread, you'd be upset, right? You would go, I'm not paying $5 for that fucking bread, right? So this is what Blizzard, this is basically what 9.0 is. Wait until you realize that you paid $175 waiting for 9.1. And now the big question is 9.1 worth the wait? Did you get 9 months worth of content out of 9.1? Does that look like the kind of content that would take 9 months to develop? Blue Fairy, thank you much for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Take care of yourself. Enjoy work. We all agree no, right? Again, regardless of how you feel about 9.1, maybe you are enjoying it, maybe you are having fun, but we're talking about worth it, as in, is this worth the money that I'm paying? And I think most of us are saying, no, this is not worth the money that I'm fucking paying for this, right? The amount of work they put into stuff in 9.1, I can do by myself, a student for animation, aka House Cream. Lemon Master, how you doing, bro? Why is pot the word that's blocked? That makes no sense to me. Pot got blocked. So our question becomes even more arduous, right? Why are we still paying $15 a month? Okay, even if we said, hey, the game costs money and the servers cost money, is it really still worth $15 a month? It used to be. Here's what we used to say. We used to say we're paying the $15 a month so that we have GMs that respond to tickets, that we don't have to wait like most free-to-play games used to do. I don't know if you guys remember way back in the day, you had these free-to-play games like All Odds, right? Where it was cool, but if you opened a ticket for something that went wrong, you would wait weeks, fucking weeks, to hear anything back, right? And we used to say, well, in World of Warcraft, we only wait a couple of hours. Have any of you opened a ticket recently? How many people have opened tickets recently? I recently closed the ticket after I happened upon a bot that was sort of fucking doing shit. 2 weeks later, I closed the ticket because I was not getting a reply on my ticket. Most of the tickets are also replied to in an automated fashion. So you get some fucking, like, robot that says a bunch of things to you. So I'm not paying my $15 for GMs, right? I'm also not paying my $15 for content. So what am I paying my $15 for? I play in a private server that is free to play, and when you make ticket, you have to wait max 2 days. Free to play, it makes sense that you're gonna wait, right? It makes sense. In a free to play game, of course you're gonna wait. You're not paying them for it, so therefore you should wait. You should be happy to wait. But if I'm paying $15 a month and I'm not getting the content, I expect to wait no longer than 10 minutes for a ticket to be fucking answered. Of course, this also doesn't even go to how many of you have actually had your tickets resolved within the time that you've waited for it. Because this becomes a whole different fucking can of worms, right? Vast majority of the time you open a ticket, there's almost never any feedback on what happens to your ticket. Pito, the stock is in free fall, but I would like to see what the whole... Can someone Google very quickly and look at what is happening to the whole of the stock market at the moment? You could speak for to a gym years ago. Now you get copy pasta. True. This is basically all World of Warcraft is right now. It's copy pasta bullshit. I think 10 minutes for a non-automated response is a bit much for the amount of people on the game. Can't imagine there are many people doing the tickets. Giovanni, but I'm paying money for many people to be on the game for tickets, right? That's part of the reason I'm paying money. As a vid coming up soon on his channel about that. Yes, I have quite a few videos planned that's all about lore and shit like that. I raised the ticket for BFA achievement dancing with the Dark Rangers. It is the last of the achievements I need and hasn't appeared in 18 months. They said, go to Wowhead. Everyone on there simply are asking the same question. Useless. Imagine a fucking GM telling you to go to Wowhead. You're asking a GM about a thing in the game. It's their job to actually fucking tell you about this thing. And, they go, well, go to Wowhead. Not my job, bro. It's like, well, why am I paying you? I think, I don't get it. Should I not then give my $15 a month to Wowhead? Since, you know. Yeah, I can tell people for free. They don't have to pay me $15 a month. I'll tell them to go to Wowhead. Look, have a good one, Akko. Great stream and all. Let me know when you do your next BG3 stream. Although I will do so. But my next BG3 stream is probably not going to be anytime soon. And there is a reason for it. So I'm enjoying Baldur's Gate 3. Very much so. In fact, so much so that I decided to do a second character. I have a druid as well that I've been playing. And as I was playing my druid on Saturday, I sort of just realized that I'm wasting my time at the moment. Because there's a level cap, which means I'm not going to be able to get to the level that the game actually becomes truly fucking fun. And also, the game is going to end without me getting a proper fucking story out of it. And I'd rather wait. I would rather wait for the game to go fully live. Because I know for a fact right now, if I keep playing, I'm going to fucking hate it. Because it's going to end abruptly, and I'm not going to know what to do. Erwins, thank you much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. 2023, goodbye. I don't think I don't think it's going to be that bad to wait for it. Try Wasteland 3 or Divinity Original Sins. Very similar games with different vibes. Oh, Jamie Rush, you are talking to the king of Wasteland 3. I am in love with that game. That is by far one of my favorite fucking CRPG-esque type of games. Wasteland 3 is such a good vibe. Such a good vibe. Such a cool story. Same year, I had 403 mount on a single character and it didn't pop off, and open a ticket and they answer farm farm more mounts, and check Wowhead. Wow. Tiberium Wars, the old school? Oh my god. Pathfinder isn't that fun. I played it. Well, any fucking game, really. Later, man. Auto, take care of yourself, bro. Thank you much for hanging out. Really appreciate that. I'd be happy to one day fucking playing some Wasteland 3. Be hyped as fuck for BG1 too. I probably wouldn't play Baldur's Gate 1 or 2 on stream. They're really old. Holy shit, Akalon, 200 plus viewers, killing it today. For some reason, everyone seems to be very interested in the whole jab thing. I guess I debated a lot of people into the stream. Happy to have all of you here, by the way. Welcome. You know, maybe. How you doing, bro? Do you think Blizz should take a cue from what people like about Classic and make it more about leveling instead of 10% leveling and 90% endgame? Serovino, I think Blizzard should take a lot of cues from Classic, not just in the leveling process, but also in how they tell the story. Either that, so here's the thing, right? Blizzard right now seems to be in a mess when it comes to direction. It feels like World of Warcraft has zero direction in the company. They want to do a million different things, but no one is talking to each other to ensure that these things are actually happening. So let's take the Classic example, right? In Classic, there was a very specific direction when it came to how they wanted to design the game. You had the leveling process, which was sort of the process of the game. It was most of the game was leveling. It took very long to do. You needed other people. The leveling also sort of really cemented the MMO feel because you needed people around you, right? In order to actually make the game playable for some bosses and some mobs. And then, of course, you had, which... Cal, thank you much for the follow. Really fucking appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then, of course, when it came to the lore in Classic, they treated lore more as sort of an overhead thing, right? It was just sort of a blanket that went over the top of the game that maybe explained some of the dungeons and it could explain some of the bosses in the raids. But the lore didn't really matter. They didn't really care about the lore, right? That's why books were sort of the first way for them to really tell the story. Because people who really cared about the lore could read the books because the game wasn't going to give them anything like that. Then, of course, over time, these things started to change. They first started making leveling far easier to the point where you can now basically level within a day, right? Going from level 50 to level 60 takes about 6-7 hours at the most. And if you're really slow, you're probably going to spend like 10-12 hours doing that. So you have that first sort of hurdle, right? That it has been removed. Leveling has also become a very single player experience with you almost never needing other people in the leveling process. But the biggest issue with modern day World of Warcraft is actually the story. You see, Blizzard have become, or they're trying to become, a story-based MMO. However, no one has informed the people making the quests that they actually want to become a story-based MMO. Just the quests are fucking useless. World of Warcraft's questing is the most boring questing experience you could ever fucking imagine. Kill 10 of this, kill 15 of that, kill 20 of this, collect 10 of this, go cut some grass. Now go watch the grass grow on the other side of the fucking on the other side of the map for no reason whatsoever. And then get back, now face this guy and kill him again, not for any real reason. Just do it because in order for us to continue telling you the story, you have to do these things. At no point is the player part of the story. Like at no point is the player part of the story. So you can't have a story-based MMO if you're not going to tell the story in the game and through the questing, right? You have to make a decision. Either, and here's the sad part. You see, Blizzard used to tell the story in the books. But in my interview with Madeleine Roux, she made it clear Blizzard told them very quickly, like Blizzard told her, like one of the first meetings they had, they said, look, the book is not going to spoil the lore of the game. The book is going to tell sort of a side story to the lore of the game. So who the fuck tells the lore now? It used to be that the books told the story, right? The questing was simply just questing to get to max level so that you can start playing the good game or the good parts of World of Warcraft. Now, the quests still only get you to max level so that you can start playing the good game. The books no longer tell the story, so who the fuck tells the story? They fired the fire department without hiring an in-house one. That's literally it. At this point, no one knows what the hell's going on. At this point, Blizzard's story have become completely broken. Because no one can follow the story. Hey, if they want myself, Taliesin, and Noble to tell the story, great, but then send us the fucking notes. Send me the notes so that I actually know what the hell's going on, so I can actually inform the players of what the hell's going on. It makes no sense. Makes no sense. This Blizzard is a mess, dude. It's a mess, and I sort of don't know who to blame, because it's easy to just blame it's easy to blame Steve Denuser and Christy Golden, but what if they do want to tell the story in the game, but because Blizzard doesn't want to waste too much time on questing, they've sort of said no. No one should ask for the name of the one who tells the story, the Bart song. Jadeo, how you doing, brother? I personally think the story should be in the game. You're correct. I should not be required to buy books in order to get a story that I'm already paying $15 a month for. 100% agree. 100% agree. It is daylight robbery. The fact that I pay $15 a month and I have to buy books in order to figure out what the story is about. Don't get me wrong, I love reading. And I would gladly read all the books. And I have read all of the books, right? Well, except for the ones that have come out but haven't really come out. And Blizzard have still not said a fucking word, right? About the books that haven't come out but have actually launched. And somehow it's just very much delayed. WoW Classic was awesome for storytelling. Each zone was telling a story by itself, like Duskwood. As soon as you enter the zone, you knew that something was wrong, and I wanted to know more. Mr. Rock be awesome, but the quest itself did not do a good job of telling the story, nor was it ever designed to, right? Sure, you could figure out the story if you read every single one of the quests, and you could figure out at least to some extent what exactly is going on here, but the quests were never designed to really tell that story, right? They were designed as just a way to get to max level. Blizzard themselves admitted this. They never really looked at the questing as a way to tell the story. So yeah, it should be 75% story in-game and 25% story in box. I would actually argue that the only way to do this fairly is that people who pay $15 a month should get the books for free. You should be able to download the book for free. You're paying $15 a fucking month for the content of this game. That means that all content of this game should be available to you for the $15 a month that you pay for the game. Considering the fact that the books deal directly with the content in the game. So thereby, if the content is not within the book or not within the game, then it means that they physically remove the content from the game to put it in a book, right? Which at that point means that, so basically you're stealing content from me. You're now stealing content from me, right? That are words. A book lover once a year. Books for free. I love books for free. I think the Legion expansion was the greatest with the quest lines. The Darkness Within. The Legion expansion literally only worked because it dealt with characters that we already knew and understood. But I will posit immediately that take a look at Give me a second, my brother's calling me. Jock. Extreme, but... Ja, Johan, jag geef je. Okay, Joe, bye. Give me a second, guys. I'm just... Hey, Fred. Sorry about that, guys. Okay. What is that language? It's Afrikaans. Doomhammer. It's Afrikaans. What was I saying? No, I didn't go for a smoke. My brother wanted a cigarette. That's why he phoned me. That the history is just a copy-paste. Oh, the Legion thing. This is what I was talking about. So, I will posit that Legion fell apart with Argus. Legion fell apart with Argus. Oh, and you know, maybe my brother wanted a cigarette, but he didn't want to smoke the cigarette. I'm sure people can put two and two together. How's everyone doing? Indigarona, how you doing? Afrikaans. Afrikaans. Ace at the end there. So, yeah, it fell apart, as far as I'm concerned, right at the end of Legion. When they brought out Argus, this is where the lore completely fucking fell apart. You want to know why? Because up until Argus, up until the point of Argus, the story was known. We knew about the Burning Legion. We knew about Sargeras. We understood the story of the demons. So Blizzard's inability to tell the story did not fall flat, right? Then as soon as Argus came out, this was something brand new. This was something we've never heard about. We've never known about something like Argus. And suddenly the entire story just took a nosedive. Because you see, Blizzard had no idea. They still don't know how to fucking tell the story of World of Warcraft. Like how to introduce us to characters within World of Banjo player. Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Blizzard's... The Shadowlands is a good example of this. Blizzard doesn't understand how to tell individual stories in such a way that it involves the character and the player, right? Because here's the thing. Okay, a good, fucking great example of this would be 007, right? Everyone's seen the 007 movies. But not a single person would say that the 007 movies is an example of amazing storytelling. True? People watch the 007 movies for the special effects, the sort of action sequences, maybe the driving things. No one watches it because it's deep and moving storytelling, right? That's not why people watch it. So, this is World of Warcraft. The 007 people fail at the same thing that Blizzard fails on. What you require for a good story, especially an emotionally involving story, is to rope the viewer into that story. Tie me to the story. Explain to me what this story is all about, right? I need to understand it. Now look at Shadowlands. Who here truly gives a fuck about the Shadowlands? Like, the world. The Eternal Ones, the creatures of the Shadowlands, the zones of the Shadowlands. Who really understands or cares about these zones? Because I can tell you I don't. I couldn't care less. And it's not my fault. It's the fault of the people who write the story. Because they never gave me a reason to care about any of this. I still don't know any of these characters. Yeah. I care more about the guards in Stormwind than what I give a fuck about the people in the Shadowlands. Right? Because at least with the guards in Stormwind, they've been there since the beginning, right? I sort of know them. Whereas I have no connection to these characters. They may as well not exist. That's what Blizzard fails at. Individual micro storytelling. That part where you make the audience part of the story. Coincidentally, this is why places like Twitch thrive, right? Even with all of its trouble, all of its problems, even with the fact that Twitch is doing everything wrong when it comes to blowing up and being one of the biggest social media companies in the world, right? Because it could, it just doesn't do any of those things. What's the one thing that Twitch nails perfectly? A micro story between the streamer and the viewer. Viewers feel like they're part of it. They're part of the... It's not just watching a movie. Why is streaming so fucking successful? Because unlike watching a movie, you are part of the entertainment. It's not just sort of, you know, you're sitting there watching the movie and you have no control over it. You're part of it. Blizzard doesn't know how to tell those stories. They can't make you part of the story. They just fail miserably every single time. Sathix, thank you for the Prime sub. Really fucking appreciate that. 23 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Almost 2 years, brother. Almost 2 years. It's been a long road. It's been a hard one. This is why Arthur is such a fan favorite. We get to know him so well. True. It's in real time and we can talk with you. And I'm tired. Wait, and I'm tired to never be in the center of the story. We are never there in the major cutscenes. Because you're not actually there, right? Akko fanfic. It's successful because I can watch my favorite streamers without having to wear any bottoms. Ooh, sexy. I wanted Azeroth remastered, even just modern graphics, and Silvermoon actually in the world, not on a Draenor splice. Why? He was so enthusiastic about the Titans, then ignoring Blizzard, then the whole rant about Blizzard, and as soon as WoW gets a Titan origin, Blizz, he will be back. I have a question come in my mind. Why Zovaal eyes is like Primus and Winterqueen? Because they're similar? Because they are similar? That's a good poll. Hold up, Germanio. That's a good poll. It's poll time. I want to run a poll now. I want to see. Manage poll. New poll. And yes, base be honest. How do you watch Akko? With clothes? Naked. There we go. You've got 2 minutes. Poll starts now. View the results. And naked counts as if you're not wearing trousers or pants or anything. That also counts. Even if you just have a shirt on. If you don't have a shirt on, that's still naked. Xiang, you are a disgusting cunt. What if I start with clothing but end with no? Is weird. But, you know, no judgment. It's in the top, Skoden, so right at the top of chat. You should find that. If I'm naked but I'm not watching, it doesn't count. Peaches and coffee. Is it half? It is half and half, so went with naked. All these boring people in their clothes. Let's see how many people are actually... This is not just for me, by the way. This is generally Twitch. So it's how you generally watch Twitch. I am happy to know that the majority of people watch with clothes. It fills me with at least some modicum of hope for humanity. No, socks does not count. If socks is all you wear, it doesn't count. Mr. Rock Me Awesome, are you certain about that? Shay, really? That is strange. There is a poll pop out that I can post here. If you click that, it should work. Why only one sock, Skoden? Jury Carver, that's just weird. If I am the person that makes you get your clothes off, we've got a problem. I should not be the person that you take your clothes off for. Like, you should up your fucking bar. Genuinely speaking, though, if you look at me and you go, oh my God, what a guy. Your standards are too low. That you should really question your standards. New to the stream, really enjoying the content. Cheers. Timrick, happy to have you here, bro. Welcome to the stream. It's very weird. Just gonna warn you right off the bat. These streams are very weird. They go all over the place. We can go from World of Warcraft speculation stuff straight into sex with no sort of transition. There's not even a transition period where we're slowly getting into the sexual stuff. It goes straight from very serious speculation into sex, then into food. It's unpredictable because chat controls where the stream goes. Today's stream is pretty tame. I agree. Garrett is, how you doing, brother? The lane is no foreplay. No, we don't do foreplay on this channel. Foreplay is for pussies. I don't, Myth and Roll. I do not think that Varian is in the Shadowlands. I think, alright, so Varian is obviously, there's a lot of people with a lot of sort of thoughts around Varian. My personal belief with Varian is that his soul was claimed by something else. Do you oil your beard? I do. Ascension, yes. I do oil my beard. So let me see if I can... let me see if I can find this for you. Hold up, let me just fucking... The worst video game in history that helped sink a titan of the industry. What? I have to watch this. Sorry, guys.
This video is brought to you by Star Conflict, a free, fast-paced online... Link below. Let's get started.
Sorry,
on June 11th, 1982, E.T. entered Elliot's toolshed and into the hearts of humans across the world. Roger Ebert famously said that the Steven Spielberg...
How many people here have watched E.T.? Aureus, why do you not like watching this guy? Writer than this guy himself, but content's still good. I like this guy. Yeah, I like this guy. I think he's a fucking amazing presenter. I just enjoy the shit that he does. E.T. was sad.
Spielberg directed film was not simply a good movie, it is one of those movies that brush away our cautions and win our hearts. President Reagan and First Lady Nancy screens the movie at the White House, and while watching, the president reportedly looked like a 10-year-old kid. It was reported that Princess Diana cried while watching The Lovable Alien. It made nearly $800 million at the box office. Adjusted for inflation, that's nearly $2 billion today, making it the highest-grossing movie ever at the time. In every sense of the word, E.T. the Extraterrestrial was a phenomenon and a money-making machine in a variety of ways. Atari was founded almost exactly 10 years before the release of E.T. on June the 27th, 1972 by Nolan Bushnell, the same gentleman who founded Chuck E. Cheese Pizza Time, by the way, as well as Ted Dabney. Only 3 months later, the company installed their first Pong arcade game, originally meant...
Why is Chuck E. Cheese Pizza Time an important thing to mention? Is Chuck E. Cheese any good? I've heard conflicting experiences from people. Is Chuck E. Cheese any good whatsoever? For children? Bankrupt. Just commercialized arcades instead of making them a sweaty den of nerds. Chuck E. Cheese went under in Canada, I think. Their food sucks. Fuck no, it introduced games earlier. It used to be a big thing, but no, it's not good anymore. Shit. It's sort of sad how some of the institutions of our world just sort of dies.
Meant to be simply a training exercise for Alan Alcorn and not to be released to the public in a bar in Sunnyvale, California called Andy Cap's Tavern. From
Ascension, how do I keep beard sauce out of my beard? I do not eat with my hands. We've had this discussion before. I will not pick up a burger with my hands and eat it. Not because of the sauce going into my beard, just because I don't like my hands getting dirty. So I have a knife and a fork that I cut my burgers with. So many kids in my daughter's classes had birthday parties there, but she never wanted to. She hated it. Why?
From the end of 1972 through the 1970s, Atari installed upwards of 35,000 machines in bars,
disgusting.
bowling alleys, and arcades in the United States alone, not to mention thousands more around the world. In 1975, Atari released Home Pong. Yep, that's Pong you could play at home through Sears just in time for the holiday season.
The names of old shit, dude. The fucking names of old things. Home Pong. Today, that wouldn't sell. Like, if you called something Home Pong, no one would buy it. You'd have to do a lot more effort in order to get your thing out to people.
It sold 250,000 units in its first year. Not long after, in 1976, Bushnell sold Atari to Warner Communications for somewhere in the ballpark of $28 million, which is about $120 million today. By the end of the 1970s, Atari was trying to figure out a way to consolidate all of their arcade games and separate themselves from their competitors. The Atari VCS, later named the Atari 2600, was released in October 1977, but very poor marketing and the price point, $199, equivalent to almost $800 today, made it a rather slow seller. In addition, at first, many people didn't understand you could play other games besides the various derivatives of Pong on the Atari 2600. However, with the release of Space Invaders, licensed through the company Taito,
my mum used to play this game. Like, my mum fucking loved Space Invaders. That's the only game she ever played, was just this Space Invaders thing. I did not like this. I used to play, was it Conan? No. What was that game? Contra. I used to play Contra. I don't know if you guys, does anyone remember Contra? I was pro Atari SD computers. Amiga computers were so prone to breaking. But yep, Contra was the shit. Contra was fucking amazing, dude. It was amazing.
In 1980, the 2600 became a hit. Soon, a series of other games like Adventure, Pitfall, Palais Soccer, and Superman continued to skyrocket sales, eventually hitting 10 million consoles sold by 1982. Wow. The Atari 2600 was now the most popular home entertainment system ever produced, holding an approximately 80% market share. According to the book All Your Base Belong to Us, it was actually 1981, a year before E.T. the movie was released, that Steve Ross, Steven Spielberg, and Universal began negotiating the licensing rights to turn the movie into an Atari game. The film was released in the very beginning of June 1982, and the deal was finally signed, with Atari paying a record-breaking $25 million, about $63 million today, for the rights to make the game. They gave the task of designing and programming said game to Howard Scott Warshaw, who had already produced the mega hits Raiders of the Lost Ark and Yar's Revenge for Atari. Everything seemed to be going well, except for one thing. As so often happens to programmers, upper management had promised the software, in this case a game, could be done in almost literally no time at all, ready for release by the 1982 holiday season. That meant the deadline would have to be September the 1st to make sure that it could hit shelves by December, giving Warshaw about 6 weeks to create, code, and test the game.
And this is where we go with every single company these days. This is where every single fucking company goes, right? Because I'm interested in it, Saving Raven, that's where we're watching it. Atari became too big, and they started to care more about money than they care about actual content and actual quality of content. So, of course, why not?
From scratch. For reference, a typical Atari game took at least 6 months to a year to fully design, write, and program. Unsurprisingly from this, to get Warshaw to agree in the first place, Atari had to offer him about $200,000, that's about $500,000 today, for the couple of months' work, as well as a free vacation to Hawaii after he was done. In order to speed up production, Atari had to skip audience gamer testing, usually an essential part of game development, and Warshaw basically had to come up with the concept of the game and general play right on the spot and just get coding on day one. Amazingly, Atari actually managed to create a workable game by the deadline, and E.T. the Extraterrestrial for the Atari 2600 was released to the world in December of 1982 for $39.95, which, accounting for inflation, is about $100 today. With the hype around the game and Atari's anticipation that it was going to be a hit, they produced 4 million copies, thus assuming that roughly half of all console owners would buy it. Unfortunately for them, the reviews were horrible. Words like convoluted, primitive, and monotonous were often used. Coming from first-hand experience from both the author and co-author of this piece, having played the game recently in preparation for this very video, that's actually pretty accurate. For those who haven't wasted moments of their life on this game, the gameplay mostly involved players controlling E.T. and his extending neck as he floats between especially crappy-looking green spaces. Of course, the object here is to help E.T. phone home via collecting pieces of a phone as well as Reese's Pieces for energy. Players have to do all of this while avoiding the adults. Should you manage to get the 3 pieces of the phone and phone home, then you must get to the ship, which comes to retrieve you within an allotted time slot. If you do, your prize for winning is to play the game exactly as it was before, except now the phone pieces are in different places than they were before. Beyond the game being a steaming pile of something vaguely brown and smelly, by the time it was released in December, it was a full 6 months after.
Fucking horrible, dude. That does not. Even his explanation of it sounds terrible.
The movie was released. Consumers naturally were getting E.T. fatigue. Miraculously, the game did sell 1.5 million copies thanks to the holidays and parents and grandparents buying it for their kids. The problem was that this was nowhere near the 4 million copies that Atari had created, and very soon a huge amount of those that had been sold were being returned. How many? Well, Atari CEO Ray Casa stated that all but 500,000 copies got returned, leaving them with 3.5 million on hand and a whole lot of angry businesses that Atari sold their product through. Additionally, other games such as Pac-Man were on hand with no purchases to be found. Now, at this point, you might be wondering how they could have possibly had a ton of extra Pac-Mans given it sold a whopping 7 million units
Pac-Man
despite poor reviews. Well, it turns out that even though...
Do you guys remember... So you had Pac-Man, but then you had, I can't remember what it's called, where you would hit, like, you had this ball going through this machine thing, and then you could control the two, what's that called? No, Tetris was also good fun, but you'd have to hit the ball and make points, keep it up. Pinball. I remember the very first time I played pinball on the PC, I was fucking addicted to pinball, dude. I was addicted to pinball. I would play that game for hours trying to get high scores on that shit. Pinball machine for 50k. I had so much fun with pinball. Those were the days, dude, where games were simple, right? You didn't need massive graphics. You didn't need to really put a lot of effort into it. Just a simple concept and bam, you've got a fucking winner on your hands.
There had only ever been 10 million Atari 2600 sold at that point, and presumably a lesser number in use. Atari actually had 12 million.
When you can see it coming down. So it's like before it's even close to your little bats, you see it going straight down the fucking middle, and you're like, no, God, no. And you start frantically mashing, just hoping that you can fucking hit it one way or the other. You just mash the fucking buttons. Go, please.
Copies of the game made. The result was an extra 5 million copies that they couldn't sell. And so it was that Atari decided to bury the evidence of their screw-ups, quite literally. Somewhere between 10 and 20 semi-trucks rambled into Alamogordo in New Mexico in September of 1983. They were carrying the discarded remnants of the most expensive video game licensing deal in history up to that point, among a lot of other mistakes. The trucks went to the city's landfill and dumped the unsold E.T. video game cartridges into a hole in the ground. Funnily enough, news accounts at the time reported it was a bit like Christmas for kids in the nearby small town of Alamogordo, who went out excavating to score copies of various Atari products. To try to stop the kids digging, it's noted in a New York Times article from September the 28th, 1983, guards kept reporters and spectators away from the area yesterday as workers poured concrete over the dumped merchandise. For many years,
Why?
despite reliable documentation like the New York Times, people believed that this burial was an urban legend, including Howard Scott Warshaw himself. In an interview with the AV Club in 2005, when asked if the landfill story
What I don't get is, why not try to get at least some goodwill by just giving it away? Right? It won't salvage anything, but at least you'll get a little bit of goodwill, right?
was true or false, Warshaw answered, "I say false." But Warshaw wasn't correct. It did, in fact, happen. On April the 26th, 2014, financed by Fuel Entertainment and Xbox, who were producing a documentary about the video game crash that followed directly after, a team of excavators uncovered many ET games, among others, buried in a landfill in the New Mexico desert. While the boxes were not intact any longer, many of the cartridges were, for all intents and purposes, in okay shape. As for how many were found, filmmakers only managed to dig up about 1,300 cartridges. This was because the city itself wasn't too keen on the project and gave a digging permit of just 1 day, with only a few hours of actual digging taking place. That said, according to one former Atari employee, James Haller, who helped organize the landfill dumping in the first place, he estimated the actual number of games cartridges of various types buried there to be closer to 730,000, though what Atari did with the many millions of other cartridges is anybody's guess. Surprisingly, of the recovered games from the landfill, the city was able to auction off about 900 of them, earning a gross profit of $107,930.15 in the process. Atari was never the same after the ET flop, which was the pinnacle of a series of missteps by the company's management, with this one not only costing an incredible amount of money, but also permanently damaging consumer and industry trust in the brand.
I was only born in the mid-80s, so I can't really say that I missed the 80s. I have no memory of the 80s. So yeah, I can't really say that the 80s were awesome. I will, however, say that the 80s did not have the computers that we have today, nor did it have fiber internet. So I would dispute the fact that the 80s were awesome. My personal opinion is that we're living in a pretty good time at the moment.
Fortunately for them, this occurred simultaneously to other games consoles starting to capture the market with more innovative products and better games. And of course, there was also that video game crash that came directly thereafter. As Warshaw put it in an AV Club interview, Atari's a company that goes from the most expensive and successful company in American history to the fastest failing company in American history. They went from nothing to $2 billion in sales in just a couple of years, and then the next year they lost $500 million.
Jesus.
And speaking of better and more innovative games, Star Conflict, and I want to tell you about that game before we get into the...
No, let's not listen to that game. I was thinking you are max 30 years, you look young. No, I'm 36. I am 36. I guess it's because I never go in the sun that I probably look younger. A timeline that will help clarify some things. Oof. Okay, let's take a look-see. Let's take a fucking look-see here. So, Jason Schreier tweeted out a timeline that will help clarify some things. 2007, 2008, Activision and Vivendi Games Blizzard merge. Blizzard largely left autonomous. 2013, Bobby Kotick buys out Vivendi and seizes total control of Activision Blizzard. Soon begins installing his own lieutenants at Blizzard. 2017, 2018, with Blizzard revenues tanking, Activision starts pushing the company to cut costs, produce more games at a faster pace. 2018, Morhaime, sick of Kotick, resigns, Brack takes over. Okay, I don't know if you can prove that Morhaime was actually sick of Kotick. 2018, 2020, Blizzard reputation smacked by Diablo Immortal, Blitzchung, and Warcraft 3 Reforged. 2019 to present, Activision begins eliminating and consolidating many of Blizzard's non-game dev roles, closing offices in France and the Netherlands, also in Africa. Just by the way, for anyone that's sort of wondering, The African and the Middle Eastern offices were closed as well, although no one made a big deal of that. 2021 lawsuit reveals that Blizzard has had problems with sexual discrimination and abuse for years, both pre and post Activision. Today, Kotick ousts Brack, which both shows that he's taken action and gives him an opportunity to exert even more control over Blizzard's operations. TBD whether Blizzard will become a healthier workplace for women, but it will definitely become a very different company. Are you guys ready for yearly World of Warcraft expansions? Basically same expansion as the previous expansion, just new reskins of dungeons. Yeah, give that Kotick guy a bonus. Did you notice the rune on Zovaal is similar to Sargeras' rune in Legion cinematic ending? It's similar languages. Systemic. It's a language of the first ones, or runic language, more broadly speaking. So much stuff. Isn't that what we're getting right now? Well, we're not yet getting yearly expansions, even though that is what Blizzard sort of wanted to push for, right? This was the original thing that Activision wanted Blizzard to do. They wanted Blizzard to be able to release a yearly expansion for World of Warcraft. Blizzard couldn't do it, so they settled on 2 years. Every 2 years, a new expansion. But I think Bobby Kotick is now going to start pushing. Look, so here's my big brain theory. From what I think Blizzard is busy doing and what they've been doing for quite some time, right? If you look at how the game has been watered down over the last, say, few years, right? Let's make it the last 6 years, the game's watering down process. The game went from having a lot to do for casual players, very sort of, not really that top heavy. It was always a little bit top heavy, right? You would always have dungeons and raids being sort of the most important thing. But if you think back to something like Mists of Pandaria, there was a ton of things for casual players to do in that game. Look at the game today. The game today is largely empty, with only really the, shall we say, dungeons and raids being the new things. These are things, in my opinion, that you can launch yearly. You can do an expansion yearly if all you're adding is dungeons and raids. Blizzard is streamlining World of Warcraft. Bobby Kotick and his team, they're busy streamlining World of Warcraft. They're busy building a system whereby Blizzard can basically almost procedurally generate new World of Warcraft expansions, right? Because all you have to do is sort of a new world, just a bunch of rehashed bullshit, and some dungeons that's effectively, let's call it, sort of flipping assets from one dungeon to the next and just recoloring it a little bit. Blizzard is making World of Warcraft into a looter shooter. That's what Blizzard wants for it. They want a looter shooter style, because looter shooters are very easy to produce. It's very much monotonous content that you don't have to think about too much. That's what Blizzard Entertainment is becoming. That's what World of Warcraft is becoming. Just a looter shooter with swords and shields and magic. I will not be surprised if we learn very, very early, within the next year, that Blizzard is going to start aiming for smaller expansions, but yearly expansions. So rather than giving us massive new worlds, maybe one new zone with, a little bit extra and maybe 3 or 4 new dungeons, right? That will be probably the new thing, because what's the problem for Blizzard right now is the only place that they make money is at expansion launches. They don't make money anywhere else. So they're going to double down and try to push as many expansion launches as humanly possible. Wow, no one ever copied anymore. Destiny 2, it sounds like. Yes, and Redemption Stories, it's such a cliche. Could we pull a reverse GameStop stock maneuver on Activision to wake them up? Not really, because they're not really in trouble. A new Korthia every year? Yes, exactly what I want. $60, $15 a month, yearly Korthia. That's effectively what we'll probably start getting. So that's small increments. Turmeric, no. My preference, if you want to know how if I had full control of Blizzard Entertainment, I was the guy making the video game, like making World of Warcraft, I would actually stop doing new expansions every 2 years. Expansions will be ready when they're ready. Instead, what I would do is I would have the expansion cycle, right, on a 6-month cycle, 3-month and 6-month cycle. However, what I would do is every sort of 0.5 patch, I would bring back something old, like an old dungeon or an old raid, and scale that up to max, right? So now you have, say, for example, ICC, Heroic, Normal, Heroic, and Mythic. Yeah? It's not scaling players down, it's scaling the entire raid up. And then maybe on the next 0.5 patch, I bring back an old dungeon, which I also scale Normal, Heroic, Mythic, right? And that also now becomes part of it. Then the 0.1 patches would be smaller patches. So instead of trying to go for these massive fucking patches with everything crammed into it, make it smaller, make it more concise, and work on singular things within every single patch. So don't try to update all of these systems at once. Sort of break it up, right? Add a little bit new story, maybe a new area, maybe a new dungeon, but take your time and get it right. And then keep releasing patches until the next expansion is ready. That would be what I would do with the game. So sometimes people might wait 4 years for a new expansion. They're not going to wait 4 years with no content. They'll have content consistently. But things that I would do very differently also is you don't always need a massive raid with 12 bosses. Why not just release 2 or 3 raids with 3 bosses each, right? And not at the same time. I'm talking over the course of, say, 6 months. Every 2 months you release a small 3-man raid, right? Just 3 bosses. There's just 3 bosses in there, and that's it. But it keeps players entertained. It keeps players coming back for more stuff. It introduces, like, people always have something to do, rather than trying to focus on these big bang. Because right now, everything that Blizzard does is consistently focused on marketing, right? That's literally all Blizzard gives a fuck about. JCX, how you doing, brother? Because I'm a casual player and I can't do any raids because I can't get the gear, and I'm not in a guild. You don't have to do just raids, right? Let the quest tell the story and no go collect bear teeth. Yeah, that would be another thing that I would immediately change, right? Is the questing design for World of Warcraft, because the questing design for World of Warcraft sucks dick. Absolutely sucks dick. But yeah, that would be my sort of short list, I suppose one could call it, for things that I would like to see change within World of Warcraft. That's never going to happen because Activision doesn't want that. What Activision wants is money. And Activision only gives a fuck about massive spikes of cash. Sad but truth. I don't know what to tell everyone. Diverging Echo, have you ever speculated about the Tomb of Sargeras mural? I'm really interested in it in light of Shadowlands cosmology plot elements. I think we speculated on that years ago. Yes. I'm talking like in Legion days, right? Or maybe just before, maybe just after Legion days. We did like tons of speculation during that era on just about everything. So I remember one of the deepest rabbit holes we ever went through, or went down rather, was the eyes of Sargeras' lieutenants. I don't know how many of you ever noticed that every single one of the people that work for Sargeras, or almost every single one of them, have one of their eyes desecrated. If Sylvanas gets a redemption story, then Arthur should get one because Warcraft would be nothing without him. Clay Torres, I would actually prefer not having any redemption stories at all. Get the Mage, how you doing? I would prefer just not having redemption stories to begin with. I don't see why Blizzard wants to give Sylvanas a redemption story. Let her stick to her fucking guns. Let her stick to her guns. They're already redeeming Arthas. Don't even think about that. They've made it very clear that Arthas did nothing wrong. And this is not necessarily a retcon either. This can actually be shown in the game, right? So let me just quickly, because someone asked about Varian. Someone asked a question about where Varian may be. So we'll go... We'll do this. Okay, so in order to understand where Varian is right now, let's do this.
Victory is ours! Hold fast! Mekator! We finish this now! Call in the gunship!
Way ahead of you, sir. Transangulating our positions right now.
JJX, take care, bro.
Get it! Get it! My lord! Push forward! And get Windrunner's archers to clear the skies!
No, she wouldn't.
I knew it! I knew we couldn't trust her!
This, by the way, was one of the biggest misunderstandings in World of Warcraft. I remember in Legion having to deal with so many viewers who would tell me, bro, Sylvanas abandoned them, she betrayed them. And I'd be like, have you seen both cinematics? Like, just so many Alliance players had no fucking clue that the Horde didn't abandon them. The Horde were being slaughtered. Maintenance coming. Enjoy, everyone. Have fun. Germanio, thank you very much for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Take care of yourself. So many. I actually got to a point where I got tired trying to explain to people that there was no abandonment. The Horde was getting slaughtered.
Without the Horde, we'll be overrun! We must retreat!
Get everyone to the gunship.
Everyone, fall back!
My favorite. Fuck, I love him. How can you not like this guy?
Incoming! Hard to port! Take my hand! We can't break free! Varian!
Take this to my son.
Such a good cinematic, dude. All right, I want to show you something specific, so focus now.
You will be remembered as the king who sacrificed his life for nothing.
For the Alliance.
For the Alliance.
Alright, take a look at him now. I believe that Varian in this moment is either having his soul completely and utterly destroyed, right? So his soul is being ripped apart, or perhaps more accurately, he is being effectively sent to the Twisting Nether. So I don't think Varian is in the Shadowlands. I think if anything, Varian is in the Twisting Nether somewhere. His soul is being claimed by the Twisting Nether. This is foul. Everything, he's being infused with foul here. You can see his entire body is being overrun by foul. So the foul would no doubt claim this, right? This would be claimed by the foul because there's no evidence that demons upon their death actually make their way to the Shadowlands. When demons die, they go to the Twisting Nether. So if you have a soul that's been completely and utterly tainted by the foul, you would almost definitely, you would make your way to the Twisting Nether as well. Pluck from the Twisting Nether. Remember, that's the brokers sort of traveling all over and grabbing things in other worlds, right? So they actually go there and then they take those things, which is another reason, by the way, Malagas, why we believe that the Veil does not separate the Shadowlands from all of the other cosmological forces. The Veil separates reality from all of the other cosmological forces. So from the Great Beyond or from the In-Between, you can reach the Twisting Nether, you can reach the Void, because they're all on the same side of this Veil, incapable of actually getting in. Nikki1, how are you doing? Thank you much for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. I don't like the idea that Gul'dan can destroy souls. Makes more sense to me that he is being sent to the Nether. So if the brokers can grab demon souls, is it still possible for them to find Varian? If they're looking for it, but one would have to argue what incentive is there for them to do that. The brokers only care about information, and Varian would have little, if any, information that would be of value to them, right? Was the brokers that grabbed him, or was it Maldraxxus? According to the lore of the arena, that's all broker stuff. The brokers were the ones who grabbed all of that. Bastions show that demons do end up in the Shadowlands sometimes, but they get denied entry. Which world quest is that? Because from what I understand, they don't. They don't gain entry into the Shadowlands. The green cracks do remind me of Tatos. Could he be where Illidari is? I don't know. Just saying, burning Legion Souls engines are a thing which use souls as fuel, utterly consuming them. Kind of like the Maw does. It's the one where you get to decide the fate of the souls who enter. I don't think I've done that quest yet. I don't think I've done that world quest. I don't do many world quests in World of Warcraft. In fact, I don't play WoW very often anymore. It would conflict with Steve Denuser, because Steve Denuser personally said in an interview, demons go to the Twisting Nether, they do not enter the Shadowlands. Titans go to the Realm of Order, they don't go to the Shadowlands. Every single being that belongs to a specific cosmological force goes to their cosmological force upon death. The Shadowlands is where mortal souls go. Steve Denuser said this in an interview. So it's possible that they added that quest simply for coolness and not necessarily to actually be lore specific, which again just goes to the absolute mess that is World of Warcraft right now. Everyone's just doing their own thing and no one has a clue what's the right thing to do, right? Which sort of pisses me off. It's annoying when you get interviews where Ian, for example, tells us that Zovaal is going to be the final boss of the expansion, and then you get another interview with two different developers who basically say, well, you know, who knows who's going to be the final boss of the expansion, and you're sort of thinking to yourself, but Ian said it's going to be Zovaal. Why are you now saying it's not Zovaal? What's going on? Like, are you guys just making this shit up as you go? Like, do you also not know the end of this expansion? Is that what this is? So basically, Blizzard is also speculating on their own fucking lore. Just sort of poking in the dark, coming up with whatever is next. Because at least someone should know, right? One would expect that the people who writes the story should know what the story is going to be. Then again, thank you for the Prime sub. Really appreciate that. 3 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Our Dreadlord's demons. They go to the Nether when they die, but they were created in the Shadowlands. The Nathrazim isn't demons. The Nathrazim only work for the demons. And again, the Nathrazim appear to not necessarily be part of the cycle. You're nice to us all the time on purpose? Probably true. I think they don't know what the end of the expansion is. Every time I hear the name Steve Denuser, I keep remembering Pyromancer triggering his Enrage timer and had that epic meltdown. I don't blame Pyromancer for that meltdown. Not even a little bit. My anger with Steve Denuser is great. It is fucking great. Am I willing to scream about Steve Denuser? Probably not. But I am very annoyed with the writing team for Blizzard Entertainment because I do think they're absolutely, utterly garbage. The writers for Blizzard Entertainment are miserable at actually writing the fucking story. Sphinx, I don't know. I genuinely don't know where the next expansion is going to go. I would... So if you're asking what I would want, that's a question I can answer. If you're asking what I think is likely, I can't answer that because I don't even know where this fucking expansion is going. Right? The story, Katrina Stars, how you doing? The story is so broken and convoluted that I can't even tell you what the next fucking patch is going to go to. Right? Because it's not obvious. It's not obvious where we're going next or where anything might be pointing, because Blizzard may decide, screw it, let's go to Bunnyland, and then suddenly we find ourselves in Bunnyland, and you're sort of going, oh, I didn't even know there was such a thing as Bunnyland, but I guess here we are now, right? But if you're asking me where do I want to go, back to Azeroth. I think the players of World of Warcraft need a break. We need to go back to things that's familiar to us, things that we understand automatically, things that we know, even without Blizzard being able to tell us why we should care about things. We just need to go back. Players need a break from this, these incredible stories that makes it really impossible for us to even care about them. And then Blizzard needs to figure out, how do you tell such a good story, right? How do you take something like the Shadowlands and tell it, because clearly they fail. It's clear that they failed. They don't know how to tell stories of this magnitude. So use the next 2 years of, you know, sort of going back to Azeroth, re-establishing the Horde and the Alliance, do whatever the fuck it is, right? But then take those 2 years and learn how do you tell a proper story in the game that is on the level of Shadowlands. But I have a small feeling, or a sad feeling rather, that the next expansion might take us to the Lightlands or to the Voidlands or some shit like that, because that will sell better. Right? If Blizzard put on their marketing campaign, now taking the fight to the Void, people would go, oh my god, yes, I'm going to see the Voidlands now, right? So that's sort of my thinking, at least, is that Blizzard is only going to go after what makes sense from a marketing perspective. Poundland more in their budget. Voidlands I prefer. For me, the end of WoW was Wrath because of Warcraft 3. At this point, anything after that was nuts. They ruined all the lore, gave too much away. It's kind of like the Borg in Star Trek. They were way cooler when they were drip-fed. So I actually think that the lore did really well up until Mist of Pandaria, the lore, Mist of Pandaria did an amazing job. If you think about it, Mist of Pandaria made us care about brand new characters that we never even thought existed prior to Mist of Pandaria going live. Be they villains, be they friends, we cared about those characters. It's really the storytelling in World of Warcraft really fucking failed in Legion. This is where the story for World of Warcraft just fell flat on its ass. Because this was the moment where Blizzard, and it's not the whole of Legion, as I explained at the beginning of the stream. The first 90% of Legion worked perfectly well, right? We understood Sargeras, we knew who the Burning Legion was, we knew why this was important. We were on Azeroth, defending Azeroth, we know why we need to defend Azeroth. And then the last 10%, the Argus part of it, was dark shite. Absolute dog shit. From a storytelling perspective, Argus was the worst bit of storytelling in the history of World of Warcraft up until that point. Because here's this new Titan, this Titan that's supposed to be very, very important. In fact, it has the name Unmaker, right? Which one would argue could be a very important point within the expansion. We're going to Argus the planet, right? They introduce the Titan. They teach us nothing about the Titan, and then we kill him right at the end of that patch. Sargeras should have been the one that we fought at the end of that patch. Argus should have gotten away so that we could go back and eventually fight Argus, right? And up until that point, every single story in World of Warcraft have been a failure of epic proportions, because every new expansion, BFA, tried to introduce characters that we've never learnt about, knew about. It failed, absolutely, because people felt no connection to these characters. More importantly, Blizzard even forgot in BFA how to tell the story of Horde v Alliance, one of the oldest stories in World of Warcraft. Blizzard forgot how to fucking tell that. Nothing about BFA was Horde v Alliance. It made very little sense from a Horde v Alliance expansion. The vast majority of Horde v Alliance was told through the mission table. So, what's the fucking point in that? Right? Now we get into Shadowlands, and Blizzard can't tell the story of Shadowlands either. They have no ability to explain to us why the Shadowlands matters, why the Shadowlands is important, because Blizzard fails as storytellers. Steve Denuser is not a good storyteller. Christy Golden is not a good storyteller. They could not tell a story if it was written for them. And what's interesting and funny to me is if they knew that they couldn't tell a story, they would come to YouTube and watch the speculators of YouTube and just borrow their fucking story. They can take it. They don't even have to pay me. And I'm pretty sure even Pyromancer would say, they don't have to pay me. Just use my ideas. You don't even have to pay me. Right? They don't even do that. They seem to be going off on their own fucking thing. They believe that they know what the hell's best. And every single time it fails. Every single fucking time it fails. I wouldn't even call... So and most of you that's been here for a long time would know this, I don't find Christy Golden a very good writer in general, even as a novelist. I think her novels are oftentimes way too detailed, but this is a personal thing. This is why I don't really blame her for not being a good writer there. Everyone has different people that they like, right? So for me, she explains far too much, right? She goes into far too much fucking detail about shit that doesn't matter. She gets far too emotional in her writing of her books, of her novels, to the point where I genuinely don't care, right? So Christy Golden, for me, isn't a good fucking writer, right? I prefer people like Dan Brown. Darren Brown is a very good writer as far as I'm concerned, because he does enough explaining that I can sort of build the picture in my own mind without having to sort of, fucking listen to this writer mouth off about the different colors of the window. So I guess the best example I have of this, or the best way to explain this, would be let's imagine that a writer is explaining to you what the window looks like. Yeah? You get some writers that go, the window is broken up into small 2 centimeter by 2 centimeter pieces of unequal shapes and size. One piece is yellow, one piece is red, one piece is purple, one piece is blue, another piece, and together the mosaic forms a picture. The picture is that of Jesus. Jesus is also joined by his fellow disciples, and explaining every single color down to detail. Yeah. Then you get other writers that sort of go, you have a broken glass window, right, with multiple colors. As the sun hits it, it throws the shade of a rainbow on the floor. The picture is of Jesus and his disciples, and it's very colorful. And that's it, right? That's it. That's their explanation. I now can read these 2 books. I hate the first one because it's far too detailed. I love the second one because in my own head, I can sort of create the vision. I can see the picture in my own head, and I will fill in the blank spaces, right? I'll fill in the blank spaces of this. You get people that they don't like that. They don't want to fill in the blank spaces. They want to be explained exactly what does this window look like. I'm just not like that. That's why I don't judge Christy Golden on her novel writing ability based on the fact that I don't particularly prefer or like her novels. It's just personal taste. I find her a crappy writer for the game, and I don't find her a particularly good writer for the books either. Like any good story, your high points, low points, and places where you just breathe and absorb everything, you just experience. Blizzard's pacing is off. Katrina Stars, the reason I think Blizzard's pacing is off is because Blizzard completely forgets the middle bits. So they get they have these sort of high points, right? If we think of this as like a heart monitor, right? So they have the high points, they do. They sometimes do the low points, but those in-between bits, the silences between them, between these bits, they don't do those at all, right? Those are it's just constantly up and down, 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 up and down. Whereas it's the silences. I was watching, I can't remember who said this, but someone made the point. I can't remember who said this, but in music, right? In music, the most important part of music is the silence in between the notes. If there was no silence between the notes, it would be noise, right? It would just be noise. It's the silences between the notes that make the music what it is. That's the problem with Blizzard. There's no silence between the notes. It's just note, 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 and for players it becomes noise. It's just noise now. You're no longer, I don't know what the fuck this is. I don't know how to follow this. This makes no fucking sense, right? Frostbite, how you doing, brother? Thank you for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. I don't know if a new creative director is even going to save it, right? No Scarlet Crusade, they're just fake news junkies who got seduced to extremism by a Dreadlord. They couldn't be more unimportant. Can't wait for people to read Sylvanas' book, and WoW community still don't have a fucking idea what's going on with her. Nicola, I don't even know if the book is going to solve it. I have a feeling most of us are going to read the book and still be fucking confused. Because how do you undo what the Elune cinematic have just done? Genuine question. How do you undo what the Elune cinematic just did? You can't. The Elune cinematic declared everything that came before it completely and utterly useless. May as well just not have happened. The burning of Tildrassil. Why did it matter? Original thoughts were that that was the way that they got Tyrande to become the Night Warrior, so that the Night Warrior could be introduced to the game. Alright, but now the Night Warrior also did fuck all. Why was the Night Warrior even introduced into the game? Can someone explain that to me? Anyone in fucking chat? Anyone want to take a fucking guess at this? Don't even have to be in chat. Anyone in the entire World of Warcraft fucking writing team wants to explain to me why the fuck the Night Warrior was introduced when she did nothing. The Night Warrior did nothing. Her story amounted to fuck all. It was a story that was literally introduced for the sake of nothing. Then why is it in the story? Why are you making your story unnecessarily convoluted with this addition of the Night Warrior if it's not going to amount to something? If the Night Warrior isn't going to be there for a specific reason, she shouldn't have been there in the first place. When do you think we will get the choice we had to make in BFA when we went with Sylvanas? You want to talk to her in the Ghostland? Ray J, if Blizzard even still remembers that that used to be a choice. I will not hold my breath on this, though. I would not hold my breath, because it's very possible that it's never going to come. Chose renewal. I think that was the moment, because you even could have had interesting narrative if she chose vengeance and rejected Elune. If she rejected the renewal, Sathix, then at least the story of the Night Warrior is still alive. It simply means that the story of the Night Warrior is not yet fully told. The fact that she accepted renewal means that the entire Night Warrior story is useless. Didn't have to be there. She may as well never have become the Night Warrior, because she did nothing as the Night Warrior. She faced Sylvanas once, didn't kill Sylvanas, then the next day goes, you know what, actually, not so much with the fucking killing. Let's forgive. Get powered up with Razan. They needed a power up for the Alliance, and hey, there's a Night Warrior. Pito, but that's not going to be the case here. Night Warrior, same hype with Neolotha, and we got a fart. I hope that Night Warrior story is a teaser for new class. The copium is unreal. Alex, the amount of copium that you're showcasing in that fucking message is it's much copium, much copium, which currently these days is what World of Warcraft players run on, right? If it's not without copium, we would probably no longer be playing the game. Let's be honest. Into speculations on the channel, then the end product is just damp and confusing. Turmeric, I agree with you. It feels like they set up one story, then change gears halfway. Like what? Enchester, it feels like... It doesn't even feel like that. You know what it feels like when I'm playing World of Warcraft right now? It feels like the writers are basically sitting in a room going, what would be cool next? And then they have a bunch of people write down the answer on a piece of paper and throw it into a hat in the middle of the table. And then Steve Danusa reaches in, picks whatever fucking cool idea there is, and he goes, right, we'll do this. This is the idea for the next thing. Someone in the room somewhere goes, but hold on. Doesn't that sort of go against the story that we thought we were going to tell? And Steve goes, shut the fuck up. This is cool. Players like cool. And then he goes, oh, sorry. Let's just do whatever the fuck you're saying. And then after they've done the cool thing, they sort of look at where the story was supposed to go and they go, fuck, we can't actually do the cool thing now. So let's just do something else. Right? I know. We'll just nullify the entire Night Warrior storyline. Yeah, but weren't we going somewhere with the Night Warrior storyline? We can't do it anymore. It's dead. Give up on the fucking story. Chris. And Chris is the guy sitting there going, I fucking warned you bastards. Here we are again. And then next time they have a new patch going around, they again play the whole, let's pick a fucking story out of a hat. Doesn't matter if the story makes sense. Who gives a shit about the sense of the story? We just need cool shit for the players. pointless. The story is kind of unpredictable in a bad way. Garrus' speculation is useless. It's why I no longer call my channel speculation. It's storytelling, right? I simply tell the story. And I tell cool stories of what the story could be. I don't think I'm speculating anymore. Because in order to speculate, there needs to be a logical fucking conclusion to the game, which there clearly isn't. Garatus, thank you so much for the Prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. 2 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What's for dinner over there? Tonight, I think I'm having lamb, or I might be having like ribeye. I'm not yet sure which one. I need to get ready for the gym soon, and then after the gym I'll probably decide what I'm having for dinner. I might even just do a fucking fast. I don't know yet. We'll see. Lamb is good. I've never had... How the fuck have you never had lamb? Elodie, I don't know if that fills me with hope. I still hope that Anduin and Sylvanas were playing when the jailer got his signal back and stepped to the portal, and that Anduin is using the jailer's plan on the other side of the portal, and that the soul giving back wasn't intended. But that is just my brain. I think we're all hoping that, but I don't think that's going to happen, right? So here's what I think. A lot of people are filled with a lot of hope that Mike Ybarra, the new president for Blizzard Entertainment, right? That he actually plays World of Warcraft. But here's my issue with him actually playing World of Warcraft. If he is actually playing modern day World of Warcraft and enjoying it, we're fucked. I would be filled with more hope if he said, I can't play modern day World of Warcraft even though I love World of Warcraft, but I just can't play it because I'm not enjoying it. The issue is, it seems like he is enjoying modern day World of Warcraft, which means more of the fucking same, right? So I'm not entirely convinced that this is a good thing. I'm not entirely convinced that this is a good thing. I'm not saying that we should have people, like I said, it's good that he is at least playing World of Warcraft, right? He's at least a gamer. My issue is just that if he finds modern day World of Warcraft fun, then I'm probably not going to find fun whatever the fuck he makes or whatever he pushes for. So his character's name is Quick, which you can probably Google. Ian was a gamer, but Ian is making the exact game that he wants to play. A game that is only catered towards the hardcore raiders, but also Ian is focusing purely on making money, right? It's all about making money for Ian Ezekostas. And the more the fucking merrier, right? World of Warcraft right now is nothing more than a marketing campaign. I've said this before and I fucking stick to it. Every single thing that is added to World of Warcraft, every single piece of content that is added to World of Warcraft is added because it would sound good on a marketing poster. It would sound good in an ad campaign. It's no longer made because it fits to the game or that it's going to make the game feel better. It's made so the people will be hyped about it. Whether it sucks later on, it doesn't matter. They're getting 6 months sub out of you anyways. So if you don't like it after the first week, too bad, you've already paid 6 months sub. In fact, I would say that there should be a rule that if you want to unsub within the first month of a 6-month sub, you should be refunded. Giant Rat Guy, you're a moron. But you already know that. Don't like it, don't play it. If everyone stopped playing it that doesn't like it at the moment, WoW is dead. WoW is fucking done. Let's quickly see here. His Mythic Plus score is 2,148. I don't know. Is that a good Mythic Plus score? I don't know. He does play Horde, so much respect there. Much respect there. Renown level 54. I don't know what the max level Renown is right now, so I don't know. Let's see. Okay, he's pushed every dungeon so far. He's right. He actually does LFR. Would you fucking believe that? The dude actually does LFR. He doesn't do all of LFR, which of course, he's still 8 bosses better than Ian Hazikostas when it comes to LFR. Ian Hazikostas have done 0 LFR. Well, last time we checked, he had 0 LFR on Castle Nathria. So he's at least doing some LFR, right? The best to catch him on Renown if needed, or he switched Covenant. It's not that LFR is irrelevant, Aureus. If you have LFR as a system in your game, then the developer of said game must fucking play the fucking system. Doesn't matter how irrelevant it is. If your own developers are not playing the system, then it must not be in the game. Because there's no way that you can make that system balanced if you're not actually playing it. So, yeah, the reason Ian not doing LFR is a problem for me is because how the fuck would he know what people are complaining about in LFR if he doesn't physically play LFR? You cannot be the lead developer of your game if you're not doing the systems and doing the things in your game. Does he do any arenas? It doesn't seem like it. So PvP guys, get fucked. This guy being the new head of Blizzard Entertainment, you're getting nothing. He also doesn't do PvP. In Jockey, it's entirely possible. It's possible, right? That Ian might do LFR on alts. I am far more convinced that a very big majority of World of Warcraft developers do not even play WoW. That would be my personal opinion, is that the vast majority of World of Warcraft developers only play WoW in terms of logging in for raid very quickly. Not this guy. We're talking about Ian Hazikostas. They log in to do their raids, and once they're done with the raids, they move the fuck on. Right? They're done. Because, well, if I look at the state of the game, it's not obvious to me that this is a game made by people who actually play the game. It's as simple as that. Because anyone that have played the game for any amount of time will know that the game is absolute dog shite right now. And not all of it. There are parts of the game that's really cool. The problem is that most of the parts of the game that's really cool is old content that people are still doing. The new content is shit. So, if those developers are playing the game and enjoying it, they should probably not be developing World of Warcraft anymore. I would say that raid designs are cool, but I would actually say that Ian's raids were the last time raids were absolutely fucking amazing. Like, Ian was, and I don't care what anyone says about this, Ian was the greatest raid developer or raid designer Blizzard have ever had. When he got control of raid development, his raids were amazing. The bosses were so cool, so interesting. So it's only when Ian left that became the lead developer that shit genuinely did not fucking go well anymore, right? Because Ian isn't a game developer. He's not a lead developer. He should go back to being the lead raid developer for World of Warcraft. That's what he's good at. That's where he cut his teeth. Whatever he's doing with World of Warcraft right now, it's not working. It's not going the way that Blizzard wants it to go. It's not going the way the players want it to go. It just doesn't feel right. It just doesn't feel right. Also, Zeladas, how you doing? We know. We've already spoken about it. We've spoken about it at length. We're very much aware that Ian or that J. Allen Brack has stepped down. The bigger question is, are we gonna get other people to step down as well? Never slept and I wake up to find J. Allen Brack has been booted out. Yeah. Of course, the question remains, did he leave on his own or was he pushed out? Is it a good way to start the day, Mr. Smokin? How do we know that the other people are actually going to be fucking good at what they do? OG Hustler, yeah. He's been fighting bro culture his whole life. Oh, that's actually fucking hilarious. When I read that, I couldn't believe my fucking eyes. Like, I was just like, okay, dude, whatever you fucking say. Like such clear lies. Holy shit. Is it political though? How is it political? Probably got enough money from his parachute that he don't have to work again. Well, it's not that it doesn't say that he has left the company yet. It just says that he has stepped down as the president of Blizzard Entertainment. But my problem with bro culture is that it doesn't mean anything. Because bro culture means whatever people think it means, like whatever you want it to mean, right? Because I would say that I have friends and we have obvious bro culture, right? In my group of friends. But our culture does not involve sexual misconduct and sexual harassment and fucking, grabbing women or people in ways that they do not want to be grabbed or touched in, right? So I would say that bro culture is literally a word that means fuck all. Because the same can be said for, like, I don't know what women would have, but you would have the same kind of culture, right? When you put a bunch of women in the same room, there's going to be a culture that develops there, and that culture is going to be determined by whoever the woman is in the room. That's it. The old boys club is also, it's a weird one because on the one hand, it's something that's just natural, right? Trying to fight that is a very difficult thing because it really is a thing that sort of exists naturally, right? If you have the same people working at the same company for, say, 20 years, there's going to be a boys club, right? There's going to be a boys club. But then the same can be said for women, because I know of women who work in companies where the women sort of have their own version of what an old boys club would be, right? Where the women do their own things, and it's sort of, you know, it can be very exclusionary to new women even coming into the company who's just not invited to these things, right? So these are ideas that I'm not entirely sure if you can actually... I think at the end of the day, these are just natural things that exist. And as long as these things do not discriminate against people, that's fine, right? As long as these things do not keep other people out of the workforce or keep other people away from being able to climb the ranks, I don't think they should really be smacked down, because it's, you know, it's the same. You know, it's just natural things that occur. People are social creatures, and they're going to find other people that they can socialize with outside of, you know, the bigger array of the company. What even is bro culture? I am a girl gamer. I don't see any bro culture anywhere. There are good dudes and bad dudes. A group of bad people or just a group of bad people, not bro cultured. Chewy Panda, so I guess what Myth and Roll is speaking about is specifically in the workplace, right? Where that can obviously happen, right? Myth and Roll, I'll speak on that in a second, because there is actually a point that I made during one of the Lovecraft episodes that I'll bring up in a moment around this. But just on the bro culture thing in gaming, I do believe that it's getting much better for girls in gaming than what it may have been 10 years ago. But I also think that there's a very different culture, right? Men and women are not the same. To pretend that they are is to be completely and utterly blind to the truth. Men and women are not the same. Neither one is better. They're just not the same. They don't necessarily like the same things. They don't speak the same way. If you go into any Discord with a group of men, what you're gonna get is a lot of people taking the piss out of each other, right? This is almost immediately what men do. You put 10 men in a room, very quickly they're gonna start finding the hierarchy, right? Because men, and this is, by the way, this is scientifically proven. This is stuff that psychologists don't think about this. They know that this is this. They've done the sciences on it. Men tend to like hierarchy. This is how men organize themselves in hierarchies. There's an alpha male, there's betas, there's omegas, there's your sigma males. So men tend to be in hierarchies. It's just how it was chosen, right? It's how women selected men tens of thousands of years ago, that the men who were at the top got all the women, so their genes got passed on, and now we have, you know, we have these hierarchies within men. So 10 men in a room, they immediately start taking the piss out of each other to establish the alpha, the betas, and everyone else to the bottom. And once that hierarchy has been established, work can start to happen. There's nothing wrong with this hierarchy. The problem is often when this hierarchy becomes toxic. So when this hierarchy becomes, what do they call it? There's a specific word for it. It's when it's unnatural, right? When the hierarchy becomes sustained or is sustained unnaturally, that's when hierarchies can have a really big problem. Now, women, on the other hand, tend not to think in hierarchy, right? Women tend to think in more egalitarian ways. And again, this is thanks to tens of thousands of years ago, when men and women naturally organized themselves in the world. The men would go out hunting, right? So constant danger, constant issues, constant war, bringing home food. This was a dangerous thing. So you needed a leader. There needed to be someone that would make the decisions and people who would follow the orders. But the women who stayed home, who sort of built society, right? They didn't do it through leadership. They did it through working together, finding the most fair way of everyone getting what they need. So you have these two different groups, right? Men who prefer hierarchy. It's not all men. There are women also on the extremes that like hierarchies, and there are men who like more egalitarian. But the generalization of it is men like hierarchies, women like egalitarian. So when you get into the sort of when these two worlds collide, it takes a lot of effort for the two groups to find a way to work together. And it's not okay for the one group to tell the other group to just fucking fall in line, right? Which is so often what you'll hear from both men and women. Men will say something like, you know what, if women want to be in the workplace, they need to fucking catch up, right? And they need to be, they need to become part of the culture. Or you'll get women who say, if men can't change to a more egalitarian state, then they need to get the fuck out. This is not helpful. You're not helping the debate. Because you're asking people to change their entire biology, their psychology, the literal way that people chose humans for thousands of years. Natural selection was at work in determining what men would look like and what women would look like. The more helpful thing is to say, okay, how can we work together? So we know that men are different and men and women are different. So how do we find the best possible way of working together? Where we don't ask the women to completely abandon their culture, but we also don't ask the men to completely abandon theirs. So we try to find a better way of working together, right? That's the answer, or that's the question we should be asking ourselves. Instead, people don't want to ask those questions. Females in high school and tell me there are no female hierarchies. Chewy Panda, if you observe females in high school, right, you can't observe the full female group. You have to observe the groups within the full female group. Because yes, there are the popular girls, but then within the popular girls, there's a whole different thing that happens within their dynamic, right? That is very different to how men would do it, right? It's very different. It doesn't look the same at all to how men would specifically do it. Mythandrol, then to the point that you were just making, it's a very good point, and it is definitely a point that I think on a software dev team with mostly men, some of the joking and fun had, while not toxic or harassing or sexual, would not fly with certain people. True, it wouldn't. But Mythandrol, to your point, this is a landmine of conversation, which I sort of like having these conversations, but at the same time, they're very dangerous to have. Because most people can't keep an open mind. Most people hear one thing that they disagree with and then immediately lose their shit. But okay. First, I need to ask, does everyone in chat understand natural selection? Which I realize is a very big question. But does everyone in chat understand how evolution and natural selection works? Okay. So you understand that men specifically, but women in the same way, were chosen through thousands of years of natural selection to be what they are today, right? And this choice wasn't some crazy hand in the sky. It was literally women chose men who were able to provide for her and her children. So she chose men with very specific traits, right? These traits, way back in the day, if we go 10,000, 15,000 years ago, these traits would have been high in aggressiveness, because he needs to be able to keep me safe. Oftentimes strong, right? Because he needs to be able to build a house and he needs to be able to fend off predators. And these traits would probably consist of very little to do with how he would treat me. Considering that back in those days, men would... technically, men would sort of sleep with multiple women, right? And this was again due to the times. The average baby were almost guaranteed to be born dead. And so the only way to ensure that you could have offspring as a human species is to try and sleep with as many people as possible. And most women didn't mind this because she was sleeping with either one of the alphas or one of the betas, which would ensure that her children would live. So how the man treated her wasn't really of high value. This has of course changed. So I'm very interested to see what humanity is going to look like in about 10,000 years from now. Because these days, women choose far more based on how is he going to treat me, right? That's far more important to women these days. Like, what type of man is he? Is he kind? Is he gentle-natured? Is he going to be? Is he going to be good for? Is he going to be a good father? Is he going to be a good husband? Which again now sort of changes the dynamic, right? So men in 10,000 years from now is probably going to be far less aggressive than what they are today, because we've changed the scope of how women choose men as the optimal mate, right? But of course, we are looking way back in the history of mankind, and that sort of it's really only been for the last 200 years that we've had changes happen within the system, right? The sad part of this is, while a lot of men came through this entire system and were raised with the knowledge to understand that there are certain things that you just do not do, right? There's always going to be, Mythandril, and this is to your point, there is always going to be that small group of men, that 1, maybe 2% of men globally, that have not completely left, like the animal side of them, have not completely been selected out. And I do use those words advisedly. As far as I can tell, there seems to be a group of men who still do not understand basic functional societal fucking rules. Like, for example, if a girl says no, it means no, right? It does not mean pin her down and do whatever the fuck you want. But these are not the vast majority of men. In fact, it's not even close to the majority of men. In fact, one could argue that it's such an insignificant number that it's hardly worth speaking about. But here's the problem. You don't need a massive group of people to cause a massive fuck ton of heartache, right? All you need is a few people to make a lot of people very unhappy, to do a lot of horrible shit. So, yes, if you had a company that was basically run by women and it was mostly women who worked there, you would see far less instances of things like sexual harassment, because that's not really how women are wired, right? On average, most women aren't aggressive and aren't going to do something that is sort of that aggressive. It would be, for most women, that would be an unthinkable thing, right? Doesn't mean, by the way, and I've said this before in my streams, I don't like that girls pretend as if guys are fucking vile and vulgar whenever they speak about women to each other, when I've heard how women speak to each other about men. For example, I so often hear this, where girls will say shit like, I hate that men objectify women so much. I have fucking heard how much women objectify men. You are not innocent. Men are being objectified just as much by women as women are being objectified by men. The only difference is one group minds it, the other group doesn't really give a fuck. But I have heard how women speak to each other. I'm not just talking about specific women. I've been in conversations where women will say things about men where I would go, that is a little bit objectification. Like that is objectification. But then you are reminded that this is life. Human beings are sexual creatures. Fuck, if we weren't, we would have died out already. If we were not sexual creatures, we would have died out already. The species would have stopped existing, right? So it stands to reason that most of the time when we do speak of each other, we will likely be a little bit more sexual in our approaches of one another. The difference is, to what I believe, where do you say this? And are you reading the room? So, for example, saying to one of your friends, dude, that girl has the best ass I've ever seen in my life. Okay. You and your friend are having a conversation. It's not a problem. Saying that in front of the fucking girl? If she's not your girl, she's not your girl. You're not supposed to be saying that about her. No. What are you doing? You're making her feel incredibly uncomfortable by saying something that you shouldn't be saying in front of her because she who gave you the right to force that down her ears, right? So as far as I'm concerned, deep fry, it's more in the workplace. So I'm not talking about this as just a social setting. In a social setting, if you tell a girl, oh my God, you've got the greatest ass, most girls would be like, why, thank you, right? It would feel like a compliment. Vulgar, little bit, but compliment nonetheless. If this is your boss, right? Because we were talking about in the workplace, just to sort of throw that out there, right? We were talking about the workplace. So I'm using this as, if this is, say, for example, your superior, like he's working above you, right? And this guy says to another superior, this girl has the greatest ass. What are you doing? Right? She can't speak up for herself here, right? She has no ability to go, excuse me, you can't speak about me that way because you're her boss. She doesn't want to get into trouble. And it's also just uncalled for when it comes to the workplace, right? When it comes to how you speak in the workplace. So yeah, I do think people sometimes forget that actually there's too many people in this world that lives in a rules for me but not for thee, right? Or freedom for me but not for thee. Because I know so many women who are so fucking guilty of the very things that they accuse men of being guilty of. If that's even a fucking sentence. Tell a guy has a huge dick and he wouldn't feel offended. No, but that is also something that men like hearing, right? So compliments are also very important. Understanding when is a compliment just straight up fucking creepy, right? Yeah, rules for thee but not for me. So many people have that fucking thing. One thing my sister taught my nephew is, remember this, every woman, girl you encounter is someone's mother, sister, daughter, aunt, and think how you would feel if someone spoke to your sister, mother, etc. that way. But the rule, that is, as far as I'm concerned, a good rule to live by. I was raised in a household by... So my mum and dad got divorced fairly early on. I was like 11, 12. So I was raised by my mother. My mother is like, or was, this proper British lady, right? Like proper, almost Queen's lady, if you will. Right? She got sent to a finishing school. After high school, she went to a finishing school first and then went to college or university to study. So I got raised in a house where certain rules were just not negotiable, right? So swearing in front of a girl was absolutely no. Screaming at a girl was completely and utterly fucking unacceptable. Not even screaming at my mum was acceptable. Sort of pulling out the chair, holding open doors, offering your jacket if it's cold. These were just things that I was raised with, right? I realize not everyone is, but that was sort of stuff that I was raised with, and I think that's a good foundation to start from, at least. Oh, but you are a guy. But you shouldn't need that to not be a butt. Tatiana, the truth is, you don't even need... it's just about having manners, I think. It's literally just about manners. You should just try to live your life in such a way that you're not actively making people uncomfortable. Right? And notice that I'm not saying that you do not cause people offense, because that is just bullshit. I have no control over what people find offensive. Oh no joke, Akalon, I have a cousin that if she was a man, she'd be considered a pig if she talked about women the way she objectifies men. Bro, you have no idea. Almost every single woman I know objectifies the living fuck out of men. Just doesn't bother us, right? We don't lose our shit over it. If a girl looks at you and she goes, oh, I would not mind his shoes under my bed, the guy doesn't go, excuse me, I'm a person. Eyes up your love, right? The guy goes, when? Manners and common sense left the planet ages ago. I think for the most part, no. I think the vast majority of people are still good-mannered and good people. Oh, that's like you would talk to your mom? Oh, that would not work, Frostbite. That sentence would not work with your girlfriend. Because there are certain things that you would say to your girlfriend that you almost definitely wouldn't say to your mother unless you and your mum had a very weird and inappropriate relationship. So I think that line needs slight tweaking. I had a convenience store clerk reach up my short when I was on the ladder and grab my nuts, yelling to her co-worker, look at what I got. Girls are raunchy too. That's fucking weird. So you're judging me? Judging you for what, giant rat guy? I think it also matters like where it comes from. Right? I think it matters where it comes from. Hypocrite, because I'm Gen Z and I don't have too much of that. I'm in Florida. It's Mad Max here. Deep fry waters, that's not necessarily a nice phrase to be using here. So if you wouldn't mind removing that phrase, that'd be helpful. That phrase could get us into trouble, even though I understand that it's in reference to what Rhino's Den said. You never know with Twitch. I mean, the thing is, right? How many of you girls have ever sort of looked at a guy and just instantly thought to yourself, he's a fucking creep? Like, you just see this guy and you immediately know that he's a creep. Oh god, yeah, yep. So many times. Okay, so what gives it away? The genuine question. What gives it away? What is it about, like, think about any guy. What is it about him that just makes you think, oh my god, never would I be caught alone with this guy? That phrase is what I was looking for, Methanol. This is not about the sexual shit that we were just discussing. My brother and I have been talking about this for a while now as well. It feels as if it's almost like a superpower that human beings have developed. You all know that old saying, don't judge a book by its cover, right? You've all heard that. I think that's bullshit. I genuinely think that saying is complete and utter bullshit. Because humans seem to have this incredible ability to look at a person within a second, look at a person and go, no. You don't know what it is. In Afrikaans, we have this saying in Afrikaans, which directly translates. In Afrikaans, it's say "Oor sit naby aan mekaar," right? Which directly translates to "his eyes are too close together." Which is basically all it's saying is you don't know what it is, but something about this person makes you feel uncomfortable. It's something and I think it has something to do with our subconscious, right? Without even, you don't see it. It's not big enough for you to see, but it's maybe the way that pulling their face, maybe something in their eye, a twitch or a small movement, maybe the way they use their hand, but something in your brain, right, identifies things and you go, no, this guy, not good. Not fucking good at all, right? Or girl even. Like, I have this thing with angry women, right? Some girls I'll look at and I'll just be like, no fucking way. This girl will yell and scream at you every day, all day, right? She just looks too angry. And I don't know why. If you ask me why does she look angry, I can't tell you, because sometimes she's smiling and laughing and making jokes, but her something tells me she's angry. And she's probably going to be an angry girlfriend, and I don't want an angry girlfriend. The problem with resting bitch face is that's not the tell, because I've seen girls where she clearly has angry bitch face, like resting bitch face, and you're like, yeah, she looks sort of like a bitch a lot of the time, but then you don't get the feeling like she's gonna be that way in a relationship. I'm talking about girls where sometimes you genuinely can't tell. They look very normal, but your feeling is this is going to be a problem, right? This person is going to be a problem in a relationship. So I reject that whole do not judge a book by its cover. Do you think Anduin will be himself again? Marissa, I genuinely don't know, but yes, I think so. Although he might go into a bit of a void state before he gets into himself again. Just something I can't specifically explain. Humans have to trust their intuition here. Intuition is something that every human have, and you just have to trust it. 9 times out of 10, it is my belief that your intuition is right. If you look at someone and you do not trust them, do not fucking trust them. Simple as that. Eurofect, you know how this stream goes. No topics are off limit here. Elodie, you've just brought up another question that I would like to ask chat. How many people in chat believe in love at first sight? You mentioned hate at first sight, but I want to know how many people here believe in love at first sight? Lust and love is the same thing. Lust is a precursor to love. So if you have lust at first sight, you're halfway there. Without lust, you cannot get to love. I genuinely believe this. It's one of the reasons I reject the whole, I don't care about faces or sexiness or anything like that. I don't care about looks. I reject that entire line of thinking. Because if you do not have an attraction to someone, you can't love the person. Macmillan, did we not fucking speak about you being banned from gifting subs? Thank you very much for the 10 community subs. Did really appreciate that. Can we get some love in chat for Macmillan? The attraction doesn't have to be physical. You're so wrong. Giant rat guy. In order to be in love with someone, there must be attraction. You cannot be in love with someone. You cannot say that you're going to marry someone, but you have zero attraction to them. Great marriage. So sex when? Just before you die? Because in order to have sex, there must be a form of attraction there. I must look at this person, and at some point, I want to rip their clothes off. Salaro, even if you're blind, first of all, blind people actually do have the ability to feel people's faces and get an idea of what they look like. But attraction is far more than just looks. Remember, I never said that they need to be good looking. I said that lust is a precursor to love. Sometimes it has nothing to do with looks. Sometimes it has to do with a voice. Just the way the guy speaks or the girl speaks, the tone of their voice, their smell. It can be something so small that you barely know what it is, but you just find yourself incredibly attracted to this person. To make the argument that attraction is necessary is wrong. To make the argument that looks are not important is wrong, because that attraction will change the look of the person. You might look at that person, hear them speak for the first time, and suddenly you find them incredibly attractive to you. So looks do matter. You're never going to date someone that isn't attractive to you. That's just not going to happen. But love at first sight is an interesting thing, because here's the truth of it, and this is probably going to be a shock to the ladies. Do you guys know how long it takes for men and women to fall in love? Scientifically speaking. Men on average, and how do they know this? They basically brain scanned men as they were showing them pictures of women, and they started to look at the different parts of the brain that is highlighted, and then asking the men to describe what they were thinking. And it correlated, their descriptions of what they were thinking correlated with the parts of the brain that was alive. 15 seconds. Men start planning their futures. Like, I want her to be the mother of my children. We're going to have 2 children. She's going to be a housewife or a working wife or whatever. Within 15 seconds of meeting a girl. 15. A man sees a woman, identifies that she's beautiful to him, she's everything that he cares about, and then marriage is on, right? Marriage is fucking on. Now, that doesn't mean that it can't change. It can change, right? You get to know her and she's a complete bitch, and suddenly you go, no. But seeing a beautiful girl, within 15 seconds, the man is already planning things, right? Girls take up to 15 days before they share the same feeling. On average, again, this can change from person to person, but on average, women take up to 15 days to get to that point. Now, the hard thing for men in this is, girls, how many times have this happened to you? You meet a guy, he's beautiful, he's gorgeous, he's like your dream guy, right? And from very early on, this guy is very open about his feelings. He tells you he loves you first. He's basically making so much effort, and you just sort of lose interest. Just out of nowhere, you just lose interest in the guy. You found him very, very attractive, but the interest just goes. You don't know why. Arkil, how you doing? It's just gone. Just one day you wake up and you're like, I don't feel it. Too easy to catch, so to say. Here's the thing for all the mania. The secret is to take your 15-second love, right? Take your 15-second love and hide that shit as deep as you fucking possibly can. Because here's the thing. If she knows that you're interested before she becomes interested, you're fucked. If you're in love before she's in love, you're fucked. So you bury that shit as deep as humanly possible, right? And you wait for her to fall in love. Because once she's in love with you, good game, right? It's on like fucking scone. If she's not in love with you yet, and I see it so often, guys saying I love you first, never say I love you first. Never say I love you first. It's like men have the hardest time trying to catch a woman because you basically have to fight every instinct you have. Yeah, you shouldn't. You shouldn't wear your heart on your sleeve because everyone loves mystery, right? I heard this guy the other day talking about this on YouTube, and I disagreed with him because he made the point. He said, women love mystery. They should always wonder about you. And I thought, well, that's not just women. That's men too. If a girl is completely overeager and throwing herself at you, the guy also loses interest. Like, you also kind of go, too easy, right? Everyone likes a little bit of mystery, right? You don't exactly want to know what the other person is thinking the whole time because, well, you do, but you also don't, right? The most annoying thing about the men that have a crush on me is that they are so walking behind your ass like you have honey on it. Why? Stop doing that, man, and act normal. Nothing wrong with telling feelings. It is your acting. But the other side is that your boyfriend is hardly saying it. Oh yeah, you should never hide your feelings. I'm not saying hide your feelings. I'm just saying wait for her to have those feelings too before you fucking reveal it, right? So I'm gonna use this is very vulgar, and I do apologize ahead of time to all of the girls in chat and some of the guys who's also feeling particularly fucking sensitive today. This is very vulgar, but this is something that was sort of said to me in passing by a guy twice my age at the time, because I was having this massive crush on a girl, and she didn't even know that I had a crush on her. And the guy looked at me and he said, "Dude, stop putting her on a pussy pedestal." I was like, "What do you mean?" He said, "She's just a person. Go ask her out. Stop looking at her as if she's this fucking goddess, unapproachable, you can't speak to her. Just go ask her out." This is why the other day when we were talking about this, I told you, shoot your shot. Always shoot your shot. You see a girl, you like her, just shoot your shot. The worst you can do is say no, right? And if she says no, it's no, just move on, go find someone else. And sometimes in you moving on, it sort of intrigues her because she's going, "He just left. Why did he just leave?" Now I'm interested, right? Now I want to know why he just left. He didn't even try again. So sometimes just walking away can help. Nate the Ninja, very true. The truth, sometimes guys are dicks if you say no, the good guys. Siva, you see, we spoke about this. Okay, so first of all, we spoke about this last Thursday. It's one of the reasons why someone made the argument in chat on Thursday that they said, yes, sometimes women will sort of string you along. And I said, that's not true. Women almost never lie in these situations. Women can lie in almost all other situations. But in this situation, women do not lie. The Great, take care of yourself, bro. Thank you very much for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Take care of yourself, bro. What some guys want is a girl to just straight up say, no, thank you, right? Which most girls won't do because they've had experiences, and I'm sure every girl in this chat have had those experiences, where you say no to a guy and it becomes very unpleasant very quickly with how this guy responds, right? I'm pretty sure there's not a single girl in this chat that haven't experienced that, where the guy just becomes obnoxious and actually a little bit fucking insulting, right? Because you said no. So guys just need to learn what the secret language is that women give you. So for example, you go over to the girl and you're like, "Hey, I really like you. You're absolutely gorgeous. Can I get your phone number?" And she goes, "Sure." So she's not really giving you her phone number. That's usually sort of first sign that she's going along with it, but she's not necessarily there. Very rarely is she's gonna say straight up no. She's more just going to avoid it, or she's going to suggest, let's be friends first. That means I don't want to fuck you, right? If a girl tells you ever, let's just be friends first, like I prefer to be friends first, that's her saying, I would rather die alone than have sex with you. That's not her saying, let's be friends, I'll fuck you next year. That's her going, I'd rather die alone. Myth and roll, it's rare that it means I don't want to fuck you right now. It can happen, but that's very rare, right? One tried to manipulate me, leaving my BF while my BF was standing next to me. So disrespectful. That guy didn't understand no, till I had to be very rude to him. Sad that some guys are just like that, right? To my mind, the situation doesn't matter. So just to be clear, even if the girl says, I don't want to fuck you right now, my response is always the same. So if I am attracted to a girl, friendship is not on the table. This is something I've learned very early on in my life, and I refuse to ever go back to it, because there is nothing more torturing than being friends with a girl and watching her be with other men. I will never put myself through that ever again, right? So my response is always the same. If a girl goes to me and says, I just want to be friends, I just say, sorry, you're not the kind of girl I can be friends with. Good luck. Have a great life. And I leave. I fuck off and I go, right? Sometimes they come back. Sometimes they go, oops. And then you do go out on a date and you see if it works. But I refuse to do the friends thing. If I'm attracted, I will not be friends. How do I know if a girl is interested? If she gives me her number and says yes to coffee or dinner. That at least tells me that she's somewhat interested, right? So I'll go up to a girl and I'll be like, hey, how you doing? I think you're very beautiful. I'd love to take you out for coffee or for dinner or whatever. She says yes. Hey, there we go. I've got a date, right? That means she's at least somewhat attracted to me. If she says, no, maybe we can text for a bit first, I just go, well, no, thanks. I'm good. I gotta go to a meeting. Have a great day, folks. Frostbite, take care of yourself, and good luck with the meeting. That only works if she already has an eye on you. Not really. I have done this with girls where it's worked like a fucking charm first time round. Agreed. I learned that the hard way. Guys, don't be jealous, but the Burning Legion has come to Athens. I am expecting to see Sargeras soon. Elodie, why would you reject her if she comes back? It's not her fault that she didn't have any feelings for you at first. You see, I don't believe that you should ever do that. You never close any avenue. Like, if she comes back after a month or two and she's like, hey, how you doing? You just make another date. You never know. She could be a fucking great girl, right? She wasn't ready at the time. Don't hold it against her. Just keep your options open. So I definitely wanted to. I used to wear a ring on my left finger that I used to turn band side up when I went grocery shopping, because creeper guys would constantly try to hit on me while I was shopping. They would only leave me alone if they thought I was engaged. I am married now, though, so not so much of an issue now. But you have to be very, very certain of yourself to hit on girls while they're shopping. Fuck. I could destroy the whole vision. I really hope they are really friends and they don't want to fuck me. I just wanted to have a friend. Arkiel, there are girls who just want to be a friend. I mean, there are girls who just want to be your friend. I'm not saying that girls don't sometimes just want to be friends. I'm saying, remember what I said right from the get-go, if I am attracted to her, I refuse to just be friends. If I'm not attracted to the girl, then yeah, fuck, who gives a shit? Let's be friends. But if I'm attracted to the girl, friendship is not on the table. With the exception of a few people, right, whom I've met, I were attracted to them, they had, say, a partner. I do know a couple of women who are married, whom I'm still friends with. I was attracted to them at the start. Once I learned that they had a partner, the attraction sort of went away, and now we're just sort of friends. We just sort of hang out and, chat every once in a while. Although I tend not to get too close in those situations. Like, I'll talk about some things, but I won't go too deep into conversations because I don't want to sort of mess around with another man's girl in any way, shape, or form, because you never know when one thing is said and then suddenly there's a whole new mess of fucking things. Be a cold bitch while shopping. Like, no, I don't want to flirt with you. I'm standing here in a hoodie and PJ pants buying tacos. I mean, it really depends, right? It depends on... So, again, the things that I just spoke about applies in the general sense. It does not apply necessarily to every single person, right? Generally speaking, 8 out of 10 times, these things will work with a girl. Doesn't mean that it will work 100% of the time, because there's 2 girls who just does something different, right? Maybe there is girls who really want to be friends before they start dating you. I've not really met girls like that before. If they're really attracted to you, I don't think they're going to want to be your friend anyways. Digit, of course, we're always talking about sex. Did you not know that? Akon, if I shoot my shot and I get rejected, I'm pretty much done with that girl, even if she changes her mind later on. But why? Then why? Does she not have the right to reject you? I heard this wonderful quote. I can't remember where I heard it. But always love in such a way that the other person is free. Right? That should be the basis of everything. And that freedom means she does have the freedom to reject you. If she rejects you, then that was her right to do so. It doesn't mean that you should hold it against her, because maybe she was just not in the right mind space at the time, right? Maybe at the time she just didn't feel that attraction. It doesn't mean that that attraction can't come back and you can't have an amazing relationship with the girl, say 6 months later, right? It was just at the time you weren't the right guy for her. You didn't spike that attraction level for her. I would say I don't really... The only time I would close the door on a girl is if she is too toxic. So if I reach a point where I go, this is not a good person. If this worked out, this is not the person that I would want to be married to. Then I would close the door on that person entirely. Until then, my door is pretty much always open, because you never know, right? You never know where things may come from. There is some lifer stuff going on. You don't know, right? When a girl is going to say no, or when a girl is going to say yes, or why she's saying no or yes, right? She does. It's just that I'll lose interest in, and once I lose interest in someone, it's near impossible to change that. Hey, I think it also depends on how she rejects you, I suppose. If a girl just very politely says no thanks, that's cool, right? It's cool. Just move on with your life. Go find someone else. I think the biggest problem that most guys suffer from is not too quick. We're all too quick to believe that this is the one. Like the one fallacy. Like, you'll never find another girl quite like this one. She's everything, and there's no other girl like her. When the truth is, there's probably hundreds of girls exactly like her. Right? You've just not met them yet. You've met this one. Right? And she's crazy, and she is unique. But it doesn't mean that she's the only person for you. Right? There's too many girls that are absolutely weird. Really? If a girl gives you number, you can always be friend zoned. You always have to look how she behaves around you. If she likes you, she will give you little hints. True. Very true. Those hints are fun, though. I must admit. Those, the little body language things are really fun to follow. There's a game involved with it, right? There's like a small game that men and women play when they're on the verge of connecting. Those are fun games. There's girls turning 18 every day. Real speak, bro. The thing is, you shouldn't be so hopped up on just the one. There's no such thing as the one. There's quite a bit of time. Your normal could be weird. True. My fiance used to say she liked me like a brother. What you doing, step bro? At the end of the day, it's all unique, right? It's all unique. And hey, some people meet in some weird fucking wonderful ways. I don't know. Same thing happened to me. What? Apparently she was lying because she didn't want me to find out that she liked me and ruin the friendship. I never understand that from women. Although most women say that only to be nice. Like, most girls will tell a guy, no, I don't want to ruin our friendship. Only to be nice, not to say, hey, I really don't fucking like you, right? Not in that way. But there are some girls that will sometimes sort of not want to ruin the friendship and therefore not even want to give in to the feelings. A guy friend once told me I scare off guys because it's too easy to see a future with me. That never did make sense. Yeah, I don't follow the logic there. If it's that easy to see a future, then most guys would just want that future, right? Relationships come out everything. Well, I was my hubby's wingman for nights out. Nice. About really big problems. Akko, is that true that if you bury corpses, it's good to put their protected plants so they can dig it up because it would be illegal to destroy plant? Arkil, I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. But I would say no. They would probably still dig up the plant because, you know, you killed a person. Put that friendship up your butt. He has rich parents. Is that, Avoria, is that what you go for? He just needs to have rich parents. Was just being nice. A girl actually told that to me once. I knew my wife was the one for me when she didn't try too hard to break out of the cage in the basement. It's always a good sign, Cask. Always a good sign. If she doesn't struggle too much. Oh my god. No. On that note, on the slightly perverted and almost TOS note of the conversation, I am going to go get ready for the gym because I do have gym within the next 10 minutes. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will thank all of you for hanging out with me, for talking sex, love, relationships, lore, and everything else with me. I really had a great time, as always. I'll see all of you back here tomorrow, right? Same place, same time. And who knows what tomorrow might bring. We might see some absolute crazy shit. Who knows? Thank you so much for spending your afternoon, your morning, or your evening with me. Take care of yourselves. Take care of your loved ones. Be kind to each other. Be good to each other. And as always, I will see all of you in the next one. Peace out, fam.